How we doing, boys and girls? Welcome. Good morning. Turn the tunes down some. How we doing, boys and girls? Welcome. Coffee Club, shout out to you. Mad respect. How are we all doing today? Who we got in here this morning? Kieran, welcome. Darren, good morning to you. Cold in Illinois this morning. I imagine it probably is. It's cold in Finland here too. Bosco Power, good morning to you. And Graham, good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. All the decent priced hide has disappeared from the server. May make your decision a little bit easier. We got some stuff to talk about with legendaries today. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. There's a significant turning point, I think, that's happened with legendaries in the last few days. At least from the small window that I get to see into it. We want to do a little bit more research into this today. I genuinely feel that we are now over the crest of the legendary mountain. I don't feel at this point going forward that legendaries are going to be anywhere near as profitable, as in demand, as available, as maybe not so much available. We'll talk about that a little bit as well. But I very, very much feel now that any profit margins are just going to get squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. Yesterday was my first day with less than 1 million sales in a week. In weeks even. Yeah. I expected yesterday to just pop off. The last couple of days, I thought Saturday, Sunday, I thought these 2 days were going to be big. And I thought they were going to be big for one reason. That I'd come to the conclusion that most people will be getting to the point where they can buy their rank 4s. It's happening too slowly. It's too slowly. That 5,150 dust, I think it is, that you need in total. It's just too high. It's taking players too long to get to the point where the average player can use a rank 4, and it's meaning that the markets are just like crumbling in on themselves. Like what feels like very quickly as well. But these are all thought speculations until we actually look at it from a data point of view, which is what we're going to do a little bit today. I want to dive a bit deeper into some of the materials, start looking at the demands, because I'm very, very certain that we're going to see a huge drop in sales on legendaries relatively quickly. Materials are definitely more expensive now on my server. Most zone ores are 50, some jump up to 130, stay there for a few days, whilst Leystrite is still around 15. The zone specific ores are still going to be a lot more volatile in price, as by their inherent nature of you having to be in that one zone to farm them, meaning for the most part there will be 4 times as less zone specific ore as there will be Leystrite ore, because Leystrite you pick it up by default by accident when farming for other stuff. Usually you choose where to go mining based on the zone specific ore that you want to get, and outside of that decision anything else you pick up is just a bonus. I think people are settling for rank 3s, especially for leather. Well, it's interesting. I'm now capped 4 out of 4 for everything on the leather side of leatherworking, and I'm working on it on the mail side. I've still got some way to go, but I'm not in any huge rush, should we say, to get bone shatter gear maxed out. Yeah, I was expecting, I say expecting a bigger day yesterday. I log on and I've still got 500,000 gold in my bags. But this is really not that many sales. It definitely feels like we're getting to a point now where things are winding down. Although I did sell, this is interesting, I did sell a whole bunch of my spare callous hide on the auction house recently. That leaves me to believe that somebody's done a reset, because I had this posted quite high. I had this posted at a relatively high price. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. Somebody has swooped in and done a reset. Somebody is foreseeing another big Wednesday of sales. or at least trying to force it to the point where you think that may be the case. This is interesting. I'm now very much so. I'm not so concerned about restocking in any great quantity. I really need to spend a few days focusing on actually just dumping items now. As you can see, I've got entire bags full of the things. We've got a lot of stuff that's going to expire in an hour regardless. So I think we can do a full auction house clean out. I'm a red cup now. Congrats, Smitty. Well done. Appreciate the support, my man. Thank you, thank you. Enchanting is a delightful rush to the bottom. 2k drop in crystals on your realm. Enchanting always was going to be. There's a big inherent issue with most of the professions right now. And it is exactly that. That you are basically just, with no barrier to entry, everybody being on an equal level playing field, it is quite simply a rush to the bottom. And the only thing that was propping up enchanting was the price of crystals, with epics being rare, but with people working out that you can just go spend 100 of your anima that you don't really have much use for and turn that into a crystal. A hell of a lot of crystals turned up on the auction house over the weekend. And yeah, when there's a big spike in supply, you can basically guarantee the price is going to go down. It's kind of concerning there was so little being cancelled there. Why it has some of the other prices been reset as well? No, nobody's touched a lithium. I think this is a situation where goblins are trying to forcibly hold back the price of certain markets. What about Shadowghast ingots? Shadowghast ingots are now down to less than 100 gold a piece, and there's quite literally thousands of them at that price point. This is interesting. I'm only short on the belts for leatherworking, but I've not seen enough sales for it to warrant it. Yeah, you can tell by the large quantity of belts. If I do umberhide belts that I have in my bags right now, I've got 2 10s, 2 25s, and 2 35s. This was one that I was just like, right. It was the last one I needed. I was like, my OCD does not allow me to have this one little item that I can't sell. So I was just like, right, screw it. Let's forcibly make that happen. According to some comments on Reddit, the anima gear was hotfixed today. People are saying they can't DE them anymore. The damage has been done though with that one. There was people with thousands upon thousands of anima with no real use for it because they don't care about upgrading their covenant, and just people out of nowhere gained like 70, 80, 90, 100 eternal crystals, which will absolutely tank the price. There's an opportunity there for a dedicated enchanter, but it's to like swoop in and clean all of those up, but it's still what I would consider some a relatively large risk based on the nature of the fact that enchants usually sell for less than crafting cost anyway. The tank into Eternal Crystal enchant isn't even selling at 70 gold. Hey, this is the thing. It doesn't matter what the price of something is. If nobody wants it, nobody wants it. This is always an issue. I had some guildies that cashed out like 50 crystals and kept going on there. There we go. There we go. Soon as people sniffed some opportunity to make some gold like that quickly and easily. Not to mention a whole bunch of YouTubers just shouted about it for a day. That is an instant recipe for the price of crystals crashing. Any tips for what I should start looking at to make gold on a low pop server? Yeah, skinning. Literally skinning. There's I wish I could give you a more constructed, more flavorful answer than that, but realistically, skinning. And for reasons to why skinning, quite simply because if you're not in a position to be able to craft the legendaries, you should be supplying the people that are crafting the legendaries with their materials. And the most buoyant, the most in need, the most in demand, the highest price material in that regard is heavy callous hide, which can of course be converted into by regular callous hide. So yeah, you want to get your skinner out there doing some skinning. People have made quite literally millions of gold in the last few weeks by skinning. Now I could waste a whole bunch of my... yeah, I need to get all of these off the auction house. What's interesting is that it doesn't tell you who bought the callous hide. I would love to find out who swooped in and bought all of this, because I very deliberately put all of this on the auction house yesterday. Usually I don't sell my materials, but I was in two minds yesterday of what was actually going to happen. I looked at the auction house and was considering the fact that there was, I think there was somewhere close to about 6 million gold of materials on the auction house before anything could be sort of perceivably reset. And I was buying my callous hide, or let's just say heavy callous hide, for an average of about 1500 gold. And I was just like, right, well, two things could either happen here. Either overnight I'm going to log back on and the prices have been tanked, or I'm going to log back on and somebody's done a market reset. Now, either one of those scenarios I'm kind of happy with, because I've got a bunch of materials that I'm going to post smack bang in the middle. So whilst I did sell a bunch of my materials, it's not a problem because I made a whole bunch of gold on selling those in the first place. Right, we're out of cancels at this point. Now the issue is because I did sort of I'm not going to go as far as to say that I power leveled any of my leatherworking so much yesterday, but what I did do is, if you see by our little restock sheet, is we are now maxed on cloth, we are now maxed on leather. We are at least ranked 2 out of 2 for everything in mail, with both the helm and the pauldrons being the popular ones, which I've got all the way to rank 4. We are maxed with plate and we are maxed with jewel crafting. We are almost there. I say almost, this is technically, although it looks like easily 50%, we're technically not even 50% of the way, because the majority of the cost comes from getting from rank 3 to rank 4. Like the heavy percentage of the cost comes much later on, but we'll just passively level up mail working from this point on. I'm not going to really focus on it. Next couple of days though is all about selling stuff. All about selling stuff. I'm even tempted to be very, very competitive on price just to turn over some stock, because we've got probably close to 10 million gold worth of legendaries that we need to sell, and every day that goes past now that we don't sell those, they're going down in value. Very nice video about setting up TSM for Legos. Watched it with interest and have a question. Were you using custom prices for the map prices? But can't you also use the map price from TSM? You can. I actually recorded that video 3 times yesterday. The first time, well, the first and the second time, what I actually did, rather than doing that little mini tutorial, was I just went through how I have it set up. Now, any of you guys that watch the stream on a regular basis will know that I have it set up with my operations based on the map prices, which in essence does the same thing. It just means I didn't make those custom price sources when making the operations. And I realized very quickly that trying to teach people about the operations and trying to teach people about how this map price and how this item ID configuration needs to be set up, and just made things unnecessarily complicated for the purpose of what I was trying to make a simple solution for people. So in turn, I decided to make the video in the way that I did, of actually creating a couple of custom price sources for each of the materials. So I'd do a price source for shrouded cloth, and I'd give that a value of 2 gold, and then I was referencing just shrouded cloth. So instead of making, instead of having this 45 multiplied by the map price of the item with this item ID, all of that got replaced by 45 multiplied by SC. So this entire section was changed to just a custom price source instead. As I thought that for people stepping into it, using a custom price source, although it's an extra step, I feel long term it made it easier to understand how the operations worked, and secondly, I think it made it easier for people to understand how to keep their map prices relevant as well. Now, there is technically a super mega goblin solution to all of this, which I've known about for a while, and I've alluded to really talk about or use it on stream, and certainly for a video, because it's basically the only way that I could put it in a video is by flat out giving you the solution, because nobody is going to craft this themselves. And the reason I didn't want to do that is simply because just giving you the solution means that if something changes, it falls under the same category as why I don't give out my operations normally anyway, on the basis that if I just give you the operation, you don't know how it works. Then when it breaks or when something changes, you don't know how to fix it, and you're then back to square one again. I like to actually try and teach people how these things work at the same time as giving them the solution that they're looking for. There is one super mega goblin-y way that this all can be done, and actually reduces the amount of operations you need in huge quantities, and that is by using custom price sources even more heavily. You'll see at the top here there are some base BS, base cloth, base JC, base LW. These are 4 custom price sources where if you go into them, I don't even think you can. There we go. You'll see that the actual custom string for this is ridiculous. Absolutely crazy. What this is doing is, in essence, in simple terms, it is doing exactly what our operations are doing, but it's putting it in a custom price source that then you can reference this custom price source in the operation. If equal to a certain, you can see here there's if equal to item level 190. You can see this tiny little section here. If equal to item level 190, then it tells you the map price of the item. This basically allows you, this was originally shouted about as a nice way for the tooltips to show you on tooltips the crafting cost. So if I hover over this Umberhide Waistguard at 210, you'll see in the custom sources, the TSM general info, you have custom sources base LW 29,965. That is the no fluff crafting cost of a 210 Umberhide Waistguard based on my material prices. which you can see when you look at my operation for a 210 waistguard. If you look further down to TSM auctioning, you'll see the min price, the normal price, and the max price. The min price is 32,900, which is about 3,000 gold, or roughly 10% above the actual crafting cost. Now that custom price source, base LW, we can reference that in operations, and it is a very, very hacky, goblin-y way of doing the whole process. But at this point in the game, I'm not going to go as far as to change everything. I might do if I get bored, but as it stands right now, I'm not going. Somebody did allude in the video to why didn't I use this custom price source method, but like I said, it goes against half of the point of the video in the first place. Half of the point of the video I did yesterday on Legos was to give people a solution that they were looking for, but the second half was to actually try and teach people about custom price sources, about group creation, about operations and how they work. There was a tutorial aspect in there for sure. Now I've waffled about that for 10 minutes, I need to actually get back to doing what I was doing, which was cancelling all of these low auctions so we can get a full reset on everything on the auction house. But to the 50 or so people that are watching the stream currently, how did your weekend go for legendaries? Are you still selling legendaries? Are you still trying to be competitive on price? What's your approach to it right now? I'm interested to see, because of course I one of the things I love about doing the stream is that I get almost very quickly a good amount of different viewpoints on different servers and different populations and that sort of stuff. It kind of makes it pretty helpful to, you know, plan ahead for what might happen. Right, now we can do a full, let me just check something. Let me check that we are competitive on price. Callous hide, heavy callous hide 1500. I genuinely feel it will come back down to that today anyway. Had a decent weekend, not like before, but still a couple of million sales. None of the sales of Legos on my low pop server. People still not ready for rank 4 or not by gold or by ash. Last time I sold a Lego was last year. Definitely slower, but that's partly because I haven't been cancel scanning as much. It's very interesting to see across the board there's the opinion of that things are slower. That custom price source that replaces the crafting cost, is it available somewhere so I can copy it into my TSM? I can't claim credit for it. I actually found it on Reddit. It was posted about 10 days ago on Reddit. I don't unfortunately have the link to it, but scour Reddit, you'll find it. All turned out to be much slower. Yeah, I'm very very much of the opinion that we are hitting a slow point now with the legendaries. It will really get to a battle of willpower, I think, from this point on. The battle of willpower is going to quite simply be who has the willpower to sit and cancel scan and relist for the longest. Because I imagine even some of the big goblins on your servers now are going to start like filtering out. After the first couple of weeks of the legendary game, we filtered out a lot of the casuals that were just there to make a quick buck. But after we filtered all of those out and it was left to like actual proper goblins to be crafting and selling, I now feel we're at the point where even the proper goblins are going to start sort of calling it quits. For good reasons, not because they're quitting, but for general good reasons. That it's at this point, if you've maxed out, if you've got rank 4 crafts available everywhere, Arguably, do you still have much of a vested interest in crafting rank 1s and 2s and 3s? Probably not, as they can be crafted by other people that haven't put the time and effort into unlocking rank 4. There's a strong probability, a very strong probability, that I will just switch to only crafting rank 2s, I will only craft rank 3s and 4s, and only select rank 3s. I can't see there being much reason for me to craft rank 1s and 2s anymore. Because rarely, very rarely, are they going to be actually profitable. And the only point of me crafting them and selling them on the auction house is to hold the price at a low point. But the amount of materials I still have, the amount of materials and time and cancel scans I'd have to invest into doing that, I'm wondering whether it's even worth my while anymore. And other goblins will be thinking the exact same. First reset, I haven't dumped millions into mats, have just enough for some basic restocking, want to see how the reset goes. I generally think that this Wednesday, this coming reset, will still be a good one. It won't be the best one, but it will still be a good one, as Wednesday is always going to be the day where you're going to see the greatest level of demand. But I just don't think we'll be getting like 5 million sales in a day like we've had previously. A few angry whispers for selling things below crafting cost, but according to my Excel sheet, I'm selling at more than 20k profit on most Legos, so I guess you're weeding out other goblins. Well, this is the thing. You got to remember that some people's crafting cost is different than others. I spent most of my weekend buying my heavy callous hide at 1500 gold or under. I know full well by tomorrow heavy callous hide will be 1600 gold, maybe even 1700 gold. And so, yes, on Wednesday it will appear that I'm selling things under crafting cost, but I'm not selling them under my crafting cost, I'm just selling them under your crafting cost. And that's what annoys people, but people don't realise that. People assume that the price that it is at the auction house now for materials is the crafting cost. And people make that assumption because that's what their add-ons tell them. This is why for the whole period of crafting and selling legendaries, I've dealt with the material prices manually. I don't let an add-on tell me what my material price is. Because if you do that, you are always 10-20% more expensive than you should be. But a couple of significant changes I have made. I am now not going to stock 2 of everything. I'm going to drop my inventory down to just 1 of everything. It means I'm going to have to be more consistent with my restocking of the big stuff that sells. I may still choose to stock 2 rank 4s because that's the market I foresee myself being in regardless of what happens. I've spent a lot of time, a lot of effort and a hell of a lot of gold unlocking rank 4s, so I'm going to squeeze that market dry forever and a day. So I may still post 2 of every rank 4, but any other rank, say rank 3, rank 2, rank 1s, I will only ever stock and keep 1 in stock. Simply because of the cost. I don't know if you guys saw the tweet I put out the other day about, I think it was on Saturday. No, I don't even know when it was. A couple of days ago, I tweeted out saying I've now worked out why I never have any gold. And it's because just 1 full restock, 1 entire restock of every legendary at every rank at my current auction house prices would cost 4.2 million gold just to stock 1 of every legendary. Now I was trying to stock 2 of every legendary, which was in essence, once my spreadsheet loads and this updates, is like 8.5 million gold I had just in inventory, which 2 of every legendary doesn't sound like a lot, but when you think about it, it's 8,500 gold or 4,000 gold, and we are now at the point where every single day the legendaries are losing value. Legendaries are never going to go up in price any further than what they are now. They're only going to go down in price. So my 8.5 million gold just in inventory is dropping at a percentage basis every day. So I decided to stock just a single one of everything, maybe 2 of the rank 4s, So I'm changing my strategy up a little bit. That's what I'm trying to get at. But as Stream Elements has said, go follow me on Twitter, because you know that's where if I'm not streaming, where my brain goes to first and foremost is Twitter. Eternal Crystal Anima Disenchant got a hotfix. Yeah, I've heard some people were saying that's the case. The issue is, though, like we said earlier, the damage has already been done. The matter of the fact is that people found that out. People took literally thousands of anima to the vendor, turned all of their anima into crystals to sell on the auction house, and have since probably, if we this will be an interesting one. Let me just get these posted first. We can actually find this out. This isn't even subjective anymore because we have tools at our disposal to actually look at this properly. If we go to the Ouroboros exchange and we go Eternal Crystal, so 14-day history, we've got the price of them. The price of them is just steadily going down and down and down and down and down and down and down. Whilst the quantity of them available has gone up, gone up, gone up, gone up, gone up, gone up. We see a couple of spikes occasionally. Somebody posts a bunch, they get bought out. Sunday, we saw a big spike in them going up. And then by Monday, people started to, presumably this was when it got nerfed. You're on Draenor? No, I just use Draenor as an example because it's super high pop. It usually gives them more accurate data of what's happening. The nerf comes in, they hotfix it, all of a sudden people buy out all of those crystals and the quantity available is now super low again. But interestingly, people bought a whole bunch. We can't zoom in. People bought a whole bunch of these crystals when the hotfix came in. There was over 2,500 people bought literally over 1,000 Eternal Crystals. But in doing so, they didn't actually affect the price of the crystals in any way, shape or form. Just it means that somebody has a lot of stock going into this weekend. What you would hope to see is that when somebody buys out what it was easily 2/3 of the entire market, that the actual lowest price would then go up as well. But even buying 2/3 of the entire market wasn't really enough to make a significant dent in the market price on the crystals. They're just trending downwards, and they always will trend downwards. Another one I want to look at while we're here is Heavy Callous Hide. You'll see the total quantities, the red bar is up and down like a yo-yo, but the price it seems to be maintaining relatively flat at 1,400 gold. There's not any huge spikes. There was there was a spike. This was a Sunday. Everything gets bought out on Draenor apparently on a Sunday. You can see this tallies up with a complete market reset, and then very quickly it was back to normal. Big reset again, then almost instantly back to normal. There's just we're now on a downward trend, I feel. But on a high population server, this is the case. What's going to happen though is there will come a point, and I can't exactly predict exactly when that point is, but there'll come a point where all of the leather workers on that server start to decide that they don't need to stock as much inventory, and then their choice to buy their materials at 1,400 gold a piece they will just quite simply buy less, and the quantity will go up, and then the price will go down. It's not possible to make it go down, too much demand. Yeah, there's a lot of demand on a heavy pop server, but that's why I use Draenor as an example, because it's one of the highest population servers. More people playing, more data points. Right, well, we've been at this like a good half an hour now, and I still haven't got things listed on the auction house. This is bad performance by me. Let's get things up there. Make a lot more profit on rank 2s and 3s by resetting the price. Well, this is going to be the case. Like, I've got genuinely no incentive to actually craft these rank 2s and 3s anymore. No incentive whatsoever. I don't get any experience for crafting them. The only reason I'd ever want to craft them is if I can't buy them for less. Now, there are definitely points in the week where I'll be able to buy them for way under their actual crafting cost. So if I cherry pick the times to buy the items, I can just use the legendary game now as a bit of a flipping market, really. Interesting, the exampled realm's heavy callous hide price is very close to mine, but the crystals were 1/4 of the price. I mean, heavy callous hide is arguably one of the most stable material prices because it's dramatically more expensive. There's no there's no real spikes in supply of heavy callous hide because it's just a material. It's just skinners. Whether skinners skin on a Wednesday afternoon or a Sunday evening, they still receive the same amount of like materials for their effort. Whereas crystals is pretty volatile because there are definitely some days of the week where there's going to be a much higher supply of crystals than there are on other days. When we have a reset, for example, everybody gets to go rerun the raid again, and any spare gear is disenchanted. Everybody gets to do their mythics again. Any spares are disenchanted. The price of crystals is going to be way more volatile. But you're right, it is very interesting to see just how steady a price that heavy callous hide has had traditionally. Is that everything posted now, do we think? Is this literally just the overflow of everything that we're not posting? That's likely to be the case, isn't it? But so, for example, now I simply need to, firstly I need to find out who's online. There's a couple of people online. I probably just want to focus on stuff that's like high margin, high profit. And more than anything though, I need to clean out some of my inventory. Now today is not necessarily the day to do it, but today is the day to prepare for it, so we'll see how it goes. I'm stepping up to 5 per item I have in stock to burn through stock. How does stepping up to 5 items help burn through stock? That's increasing quantity. So now that the Eternal Crystal is hotfixed, should I reset the market? Well, don't forget exactly what I've just said. That the Eternal Crystal is very volatile because there are days in the week where they are in massive supply. Oh, yeah, I always forget, Kieran, that you're primarily focusing on tailoring. But I'm still not entirely sure I agree with posting 5. I suppose you're in a fortunate situation that you don't appear to actually have much competition. You just need to, you put this thing, it seems to me that you put the items on the auction house and they just sell. What are Eternal Crystals doing over here then? I don't keep an eye on what's going on too much. I mean, there's literally not that many here at all. This is crazy. What's going on here? Why is there so few Eternal Crystals on my realm? What is the... Okay, the market price on my realm for the Eternal Crystals is just like anywhere else. Down, 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 down. Weirdly, the price on the crystals seems to have somewhat bottomed out at 800 gold on my realm and stayed there for a few days, regardless of what's happened with supply. The hotfix came in yesterday, Monday 4th of January. That went from being 800 crystals on the auction house down to only 200, but it's still... See, people, this is weird. People like had the opportunity to do a full reset and just didn't. Like, you could swoop in with... You could literally swoop in with 300k gold right now in Eternal Crystals. Buy out 400 of them, reset the price completely. I don't know. I'm not going to do it. I'm not in that market, but it's an odd one. You maxed at rank 4s across the board. I have 2 mail slots at rank 3 that just don't sell. Really tempted to power them just to be complete. Bone Shatter gear is the only area where I'm lacking right now. I'm only 2 out of 4 for most Bone Shatter pieces, apart from the helm and the shoulders, which I'm rank 4 in. Elysium ore down to 130 gold. I still remember when I was able to buy Elysium for less than 100 gold a piece. That was kind of quite cool. I enjoyed those days. Those days are coming back though. That's definitely for sure. Elysium is another material that is just coming down and down and down and down and down in price. Although I kind of do want to make sure that I'm in a good position tomorrow. At least the rank 3s and 4s I want to be stocked on. No, where's the mailbox? I just don't have bag space for all of this nowadays. Right, let's take that gold, 543,000. So that's 54 into the guild bank. I also still owe my guild like 1.5 million, which I need to I need to give back. Your full inventory gives me anxiety. You and me both. You and me both. There's probably 5 million gold of items here. Which is why I'm very tempted to just like go super aggressive over the next few days on price. Just to sell stuff. What hotfix on crystals was this? It was the fact that you used to be able to spend 100 anima and buy an epic item and then disenchant it within your covenant, which yeah, is arguably not something that should happen. and so they fixed it. But of course, the amount of people that worked it out or got told about it and then went and did it has meant that there was a huge influx of crystals out of nowhere. I didn't get anything but the helm and the shoulders past rank 2. Nobody on my realm did it to 4. Only tier 4 mail pieces that show up outside of helm and shoulders are imported from other servers. It's likely the case. There's only a couple of goblins on my realm that have got Bone Shatters stuff to rank 4. And unfortunately, I'm not one of them. Bought 5 tokens to grab the 6-month sub and wings deal before the sale ended. Damn scammers don't even let me buy Battle.net balance. Oh, you maxed out on Battle.net balance. I probably should look at what the token price is, to be fair. 166k. I mean, I just genuinely don't care. I've got 6 months on both of my main accounts anyway. When does all this come in? In 9 minutes. 218,000 in 9 minutes. They don't allow you to purchase that sale using Battle.net balance since it's a subscription. Cheeky. Cheeky, cheeky. Ha! That's funny. What a bunch of scam artists. Nervous about if I'll be able to bail to get rid of my 10 million worth of Callous Hide again this week. Hopefully people will drop out this week. There's it's going to be a weird time the next sort of week to 10 days, because I'm very the concern for most people is going to be that the last thing it's good for the people that want to buy the legendaries, but it's bad for the other goblins, is when one goblin decides that they're out of the game. When one goblin decides that they're done, what tends to happen is that they will just dump stock. Like, just dump it all. Just cash out and cash out quick. Now, whilst that seems like a dumb thing to do, it actually, for the goblin who is dumping the stock, is not the worst decision they could make. Because, as I've stated, every day that goes past now is a day where your inventory is losing value. And so getting what you can get it for it now, even if you're selling it at a loss, you're making less of a loss than if you sell it tomorrow. And you're making even less of a loss than if you sell it the day after that. The longer you wait to sell these items, once you actually decide that you are done, the more gold you're likely to lose. And like I said, on the auction house now, I'm only stocking one of every item on the auction house, and I've still got 4.2 million of gold worth of items on the auction house. Plus probably the same again in my bags. Plus any spare items that I've got loads of spare unbuhide vests, for example. I've got a whole bunch of 225 unbuhide vests, just for the reason that I crafted a bunch of them just to unlock rank 4. If I'm in that position, there's going to be a lot of other people in that position too. And if I use the legendary stock tracker to look at the profits on everything in a second, the likelihood for me on my realm right now is that there is nothing profitable unless it's a rank 4. That's certainly how it feels to me right now. But we can check that in a second. So let's just, for the purpose of the add-on, open the bank so it knows where everything is. Open the guild so it knows where everything is. Then click the button, copy, paste this into my spreadsheet. Paste values only. Split text to column width. So we can see here for my realm we have basically rank 1s. There's a couple of bits of bone shatter gear that are profitable. The fact that the waist guard and the waist guard and the gauntlets are profitable surprises me greatly. Virtually everything at rank 2 for bone shatter is profitable. Hang on. I've got some super aggressive minimum prices. So ignore Bone Shatter, because I know that all of these green boxes aren't necessarily green. Like the shoulders, for example, it says 7,500 profit. I'm quite sure that's not the case. But for any other profession, so like tailoring, for example, here, the only time you're going to actually turn a profit currently for tailoring is on a few select rank 4s, and not even all of the rank 4s. Capes, for example, yeah, can probably sell them all day long, but you're not making anything by selling them. No, I've got about a 15k, about a 15,000 gold discount on my rank 2s for Bone Shatter, just to be super mega competitive, which actually means that by selling a rank 2 at that price, I'm losing like a hell of a lot of gold. But it's for the purpose of like, it's the gold that I'm willing to spend for those experience points, if you get what I mean. So yeah, ignore Bone Shatter. These numbers are skewed, deliberately skewed by me. I know why they're skewed. But tailoring, yeah, is in a dumpster fire again. Once again, I'm just going to purge through stock, sell everything that I can sell for as much as I can. You can see with tailoring, I've still got some scarily large numbers for inventory. Like the gloves, for example, I've got 10 rank 1s, 7 rank 2s, and 11 rank 3s. Like, I just need to get rid of them. I need to do whatever I can to get rid of them, because if they're at a 1,200 loss today, they'll be at a 1,300 loss tomorrow, and they'll be at a 1,400 loss the day after. I just need to purge a lot of this inventory. Plate, interestingly, obviously this includes jewel crafting, but once again, true to my understanding, that it's pretty much only going to be select rank 4s that are actually profitable out the box. Everything else you're going to have to fight for. The Shadowgas necklace is just, yeah, I need to fix this problem as well. I need to do some very, very aggressive pricing on the necklace just to shift some of this stock. Sitting on this amount of inventory is dangerous. I don't mind having 2 or 3 of an item kicking about. That's fine. I'll chew on the cost of that. But having 26 rank 1 Shadowgas necklaces, I need to just sell them. Quite simply, need to just sell them. Umberhide, this is arguably my little baby now. The matter of the fact is, even some of the rank 4s are not profitable. Even rank 4s in leatherworking are not profitable. And it's not just because they've been overcrafted and the real demand is on rank 3s. No, even rank 3s are not selling. Weirdly, Umberhide legs at rank 2 is what appears to be profitable, but that is probably only because it's been reset and it's just waiting for the price to come down on it. So you can see from this, my choice to basically ignore all of this. Rank 1s to 3s, I'm basically in cash out mode now. All of this inventory that I have in ranks 1s, 2s and 3s, get it gone. Get it gone. Just fire and forget, get it gone. But then it's the rank 4s, which you can tell stock wise, I never have more than 2, because why would I ever have more than 2? These are the ones I want to cast iron guarantee that I've always got in stock and listed on the auction house, and it's on the rank 4s that I'll happily play cancel scan wars on all day, because this is where the profit is right now. Spending so much time and effort on rank 1s, 2s and 3s right now is not worth it. People only ever make 15 rank 2s and 15 rank 3s. Likely to be the case, but unfortunately rank 2s and 3s just don't have that place in the market for very long. Do you think prices will bounce up a bit tomorrow? Demand will be there tomorrow. The issue is will that demand outstrip the supply that's already there. You'll only see an increase in price if the demand is higher than the supply. And in most cases, even rank 2s and 3s, there's stock. There's stock. People are fighting to get those sales now as well. I wait for the person who drops all 15 on the auction house at once, normally far below the regular cost. I mean, if you can swoop in and buy 15 rank 2s or 15 rank 3s off somebody in one go for way less than crafting cost, you'll probably turn a profit on some of those. But if you buy 15, you're likely going to have to sell 7 before you start making your gold back. And you're going to have to hope to sell those 7 quickly, because if it takes you more than a couple of days, the price might have dropped even further. Also, your LST is outdated. I haven't updated my add-ons in a few days. It's probably the case. Heavy Callous Hide went from 5k to 10k overnight. Heavy Callous Hide is 5k? Oh, in supply. Likelihood to be the case that somebody was stockpiling it and has decided that they are done with legendaries. But yeah, just looking at this information has solidified my thought process of that we are just going to focus on rank 4s now, I think. Bone Shatter stuff, it'll get to rank 4 if it gets to rank 4. I'll happily tank this market into the ground just to get to rank 4s organically, if I have to. And by organically, I mean I'm basically paying people to take the items off my hands so I can recraft. I know it's a shit show for everybody else, but hey, it's what you got to do sometimes. Because the completionist in me won't be happy until I've got rank 4s in everything. Also made some good progress on the table view, should be coming soon. Nice one, nice one. Although I wasn't, skeptical's not the right word. I know for a fact that when you first released the add-on, I wasn't the biggest usage. I wasn't the guy that used it more so than anything else. I was kind of waiting for you to do a few upgrades. But now that my actual approach to how I sell legendaries has sort of come into line with what your add-on does, I do use it a lot more. That is true. 207,000 gold in Callous Hide. Does it tell me an average price on those? It will if I go through. Cancelling disabled? Why have I got cancelling disabled on one of those? That's an error in one of my operations. I should probably fix that. Oh, I know what my average is. I was just hoping it would tell me without me having to work it out. I can do maths, me. The most mad people would be those that only have the one item with a tanked price. Yeah, true. This is it. People that have got rank 4s across the board in everything are in the best position of anybody. It means if somebody tanks the price on one item, they just switch to selling something else. It's literally no skin off their back if that happens. It's a really nice, comforting place to be in, where you're not too fussed. You've got so many options available to you, you just pick the one that makes you money. And if one stops making you gold, you just switch to another. People that don't have rank 4s across the board don't have that luxury of being able to adapt to how the market is playing out. I'm wondering if I should... in fact, how much of these materials do I have in stock? I've got 1,000 Elithium somewhere. I've got 500 enchanted Elithium bars somewhere. That's not a bad quantity. I'm wondering whether I should scoop up a little bit more. 86%, or to be fair, anything under 200 gold right now on Elithium is not actually a bad price for my realm. Although anything under 180, really, there's a big jump here. It went from 200 down to 199 to 190. That is a huge jump, and everybody just followed in suit. Not that I've got the money bags to buy out all of this, but I mean, technically I do, but I don't particularly want to. Because 30 gold, this is too big of a play, I think. This is too big of a play for me to be able to do. But what I can do is I can swoop in and buy some of this cheap stuff. Like that, for example. Another 2,000 Elithium ore. Push the price up a little bit, but it means that my unit price is only 171 gold for each of those. That's really good. That's really good. But what it does mean is I need to really get on the case turning those into the enchanted bars. I'm also going to need soul dust like crazy. That's more than I want to pay, but soul dust is always more than I want to pay. We just buy 5k of it. It's 84,000. Where did it go? Literally, it got swooped up from under my nose, like literally within seconds. That dude is going to be laughing his absolute tits off. Within a matter of seconds, my soul dust price went from 16 gold a piece to 19 gold a piece. Son of a... whatever. Soul dust is usually something that I just bite the cost of anyway. Oh my god, I haven't even got any inventory space to take the items that I bought. Get some more stuff on the auction house. Go. Hang on. Go back. Go. There's me saying that I'm going to do my best to try and sell stock, and I've just spent like 500,000 gold on more materials. FOMO kicking in. I mean, I could easily just turn around and flip this back on the auction house again. This is the thing that doesn't concern me too much about buying materials. I know even if I don't end up using them, I can just sell them back for more than I paid for them and it's fine. Which is exactly what I did with all of this callous hide yesterday. It's kind of the reason why I'm not too concerned about spending so much gold on materials. That goes over there. Worst week ever. I don't even have to undercut 80% of my Legos, and I still don't sell for millions to nothing. Just wait till tomorrow. Don't stress too much. Just wait for tomorrow. You got to remember, like Monday, Tuesday in the EU is the worst days of the week to try and sell legendaries. Just hang fire, because Wednesday is the big day of the week for us. Oh, for God's sake. This dude needs to be tippy-tapping away, making all of these enchanted materials double time. Best day to buy them? Well, true. If you're into the flipping of legendaries, then yes, absolutely, today's the best day to buy them, because they're usually cheaper than they'll ever be. Do we think there's many people in that position though, that they've only just, or they're still waiting on their legendary power? Do we reckon that's why people haven't? I don't know. That's an interesting thought. That it could quite simply just be that people aren't, even if they're somewhat ready to create their legendary, but there's something still that's holding them back. Right, this dude can start whacking away, making these enchanted lithium bars. Once he's done, we should have hopefully enough Shadowghast ingots to do a bit of a restock, at least keep the 3s or 4s in place. James, chill out with the spam. What up? Are you giving me a pooch? Crafted 2 rank 1s for the nerfs and been saving up for the rank 4. Next week I can craft the rank 4. People should have been able to unlock their legendary power. All world bosses have been up at least once. That's true. The amount of people server hopping to Bleeding Hollow is astonishing. There are now 5 new bank people. That's interesting. My only 2 viable Legos for PvP dropped from Stone Generals and Sire Denathras, the last 2 bosses in the raid. Wow, if that's the case, yeah, I imagine that's a bit of a sticky situation. The LFR raiders are waiting for the Lego drops. Well, that's true. That's true. Why are people server swapping? People are taking the advantage of that. If they're playing on a really large, heavy server where the materials are cheap, they're able to craft a whole bunch of legendaries and then transfer to a realm where maybe there's not even a single person that can craft that legendary, and then they can sell them at like crazy profits. And people are hoping that if they do that, that they can make a whole bunch of gold by doing it. There's thoughts throughout the community that doing it is technically against the terms of service, as it's considered sort of manipulation of the economy. But it's, yeah, the difficulty there is proving it. costs 300k for a single transfer, so it's a bit of a gamble. It depends on what scale you do it though, that's the problem. Like, you've got to remember that if you go to a server where there's like nobody even has some of the rank 4s and you take some rank 4s over there, you make one sale and you've made that 300k back. If you do it at a large enough scale, it's hardly even a gamble right now, that's the thing. That's it. That 300k can be made real quick if you really want it to, but it's kind of a bit of a grey area in the rules, that one. All these cancels and I don't have space for them in my bags. 500k gold for transfer isn't that much if you sell tens of millions. Well, the problem is you're never going to sell tens of millions. There's a bit of a false positive in the fact that if you're used to playing on a really high popular realm, where yeah, sure, you may be able to make hundreds or if not thousands of sales in a single day. You transfer to a lower population server, you are not going to get anywhere near as many sales as you're used to. Leaving a lot of people to mistakenly believe that they can transfer with a whole bank full of stock and then sell it and then just go back the same day. That's not how it's going to work. Are there any cases of people getting banned for server swapping and manipulating markets? Well, there's always the inherent issue is that if Blizzard bans you, they rarely tell you why they banned you. Meaning that it's up to the people that get banned to kind of work it out for themselves. If that's the only thing that they seem to think that they've done which is crooked, then yeah, sure. But the people that tend to go to that degree are also usually people that are not too scared of doing other sketchy things to make their wealth. This is also why Blizzard bans people in waves. It's kind of a weird situation that Blizzard don't want to tell you why you got banned, unless it's something very obvious. But because people want to, Blizzard want people to not try and push the rules. I sell 100 Legos an hour on my realm. I'm going to go to a realm with literally only 10% of the population, yet still expect to sell 100 an hour. Makes no sense. Exactly. And that's, I think, something that people don't really consider. Like the guy doing it on a dozen US low population realms who's in a guild with 500 druid bots on his home server. Probably. Like I said, people that are willing to break the rules aren't going to stop at just breaking one rule. They'll probably break all of the rules until they get caught. Oh, I didn't mean to take that gold. Alright, well, whatever. Sold some Umberhide shoulders. Was it a good pair? It was a good pair. It was a rank 3. Nice 15k profit on those, roughly, I'd say. I changed realms to join a new guild and took 1 million of materials with me, which sell better on new realm. No. Going from one server to another is not the problem. It's the going back that is the problem. If you move to one server just to sell a whole bunch of stuff and then move back, you're it's that reverse transfer that is going to get your account flagged, I'd imagine. Hello, wife. What's up? Ooh, another rank 4. What's a rough value for your gold per hour at the moment in regards to profit? Based on the fact that I don't particularly do things like by the hour, it's hard to say, but on anything that I sell, I'm making at least 10% profit on it, at least, usually in the realms of 25 to 30% profit. So if you see me sell 100,000 gold worth of items, the likelihood is the profit on that is anywhere between 10 to 25k gold. But we can fluctuate massively. Some hours we'll sell only 100k worth of stuff. Some hours we'll sell 500,000 gold worth of stuff. So. Oh yeah, you're right. Stream Elements is drunk. We should fix. We should fix. Callus dropped dramatically the last few days. Did you hear anything about nerf or drop rate increase? No. It's simply because it's the weekend. It's entirely expected. Raid night, I can do 200,000 gold an hour in alchemy. It's crazy. The thing is like gold per hour doesn't translate to crafting and auction housing. Gold per hour is something that is usually tracked by people that are what they're investing is their time. It's usually used for things like farming, something that is actually repeatable. It's great doing 200,000 gold per hour on raid night with alchemy, but then realistically, you can only do that for a few hours a night, a few hours a week. So tracking it based on its gold per hour value is disingenuous. It's the big gripe that I have with a lot of these, with a lot of the YouTube clickbait, for example. Because in theory, I could craft 3 legendaries and say that I made 500,000 gold an hour in only 3 minutes of work. Yeah, it's bullshit. We all know it's bullshit. It's just kind of frustrating. Everything rank 4 in leather beside the boots. Do you think it's still worth to rank the boots and part of mail to rank 4s? As we discussed this a little bit earlier, the legendaries have hit their peak. They're on a you've got to expect things to start coming down now. Material quantity, material availability is going to go up because less people will be buying the materials. Less people are buying materials because the demand for the items is going down because most people have got their first legendary like completed. They're working on second, third ones, that sort of thing. 3 legendaries equals 6-second craft time. If you have an item on the sheet with 50k profit, that's 150,000 gold profit in 6 seconds. Yeah, there we go. There's your clickbait thumbnail. Yeah, categorizing things by a gold per hour when time is not necessarily one of the variables in the equation doesn't make sense. Do that for an hour of crafting and you have 90 million gold per hour crafting legendaries. Yeah, there you go. Let's change this stream elements bot thing telling people to watch the wrong video. I mean, that how I made 35 million gold is still a good video to watch. I'm not too concerned about that, but let's tell people about the one that they probably should be watching, which is the most recent one. Let's go change that, and then let's change copy link address. And then save. There we go. You won't believe how much gold I made doing this secret trick. Yeah, I just sat there and crafted a bunch of legendaries. Yeah, I think I agree with Gabby on this one. That if you're getting to rank 4s is only going to be useful for you if you continue to play the auction house game. If you're planning on never touching the auction house again in a week's time, then maybe not. What would your advice be for somebody who was late to the legendary party? I stopped at rank 3s. Just get out there skinning. Just like, if you quite simply, if you're not crafting legendaries, you should be feeding the people that are crafting legendaries with their materials. That is the two top selling, or easily the two best ways to make gold in the game right now is either to be crafting and selling legendaries, or gathering the materials and selling them to those people that are crafting them. There is literally those two. Outside of that, yeah, there are many other ways that you can make gold, but if you want to make more gold than any other method in the game right now, one of those two options. Now, if you're late to the legendary party and there's already a lot of competition and it's going to cost you a lot to get up to rank 4s, then maybe look at gathering the materials instead. The secret trick, all you need to do is get to rank 4 on all legendaries. Yeah, the secret trick to make 90 million gold per hour is to spend 50 million gold. Look at me exposing all of the tactics. You forgot to put no clickbait at the end of the title. Also flipping Lego mats. Whilst that is, yes, sure, a valid way of making gold, I rarely recommend flipping to people that, if there's anybody asking like what is a good way to make gold right now, I rarely recommend flipping, because flipping materials, like flipping anything, is always risky unless you've got expertise in doing it. Flipping materials is even more risky. And so not necessarily something I'd recommend to somebody that's obviously just looking to make some starting gold. I used to flip when I was following the streams regularly, but while raiding made me disconnect from the market. Yeah, I think you're very well aware that, like, to be able to flip materials effectively, you need to know that market inside and out, which is why I tend to recommend, like, if you're going to flip materials, you kind of need to be in a position to use those materials if your flip kind of doesn't work. Like literally just yesterday, if I look in my ledger. What would it be, revenue on it? Callous Hide, for example. Haha, it now does show me who bought it. And it was my competition that bought it all. That's very interesting. Haha, yes, that's very... Now I do know who bought all of my Callous Hide at prices way above what I actually paid for it. That's kind of quite interesting. What was I saying in that? Yeah, the callous hide, for example. I was flipping callous hide, but that was because I knew full well what the actual price for the materials are. Second to that, I had a really good use for those callous hides, even if my flip didn't work. So I had a get out of jail free kind of thing. Vendor shuffle is 100% safe, which is why I like it. I mean, I can't think of I can't really think of any vendor shuffles in the game right now. Plus, I also feel that people use the phrase vendor shuffle incorrect. There is also certain YouTubers that tend to use the words vendor shuffle in their titles of some of their videos, and then it's not a vendor shuffle in the slightest because they don't even go anywhere near a vendor, which another thing frustrates me, but lots of things about YouTube frustrate me. This dude's still whacking away, making his bars. Literally the second I step away from the auction house, something sells in the background. What was it? We sold a rank 4 Grim Veiled Bracers. Don't sell many pairs of bracers, but I'll take a rank 4 for sure. You buying shards from the vendor and then turning them into legendaries. Yeah, I guess there's an element of that if you really want to dive deep into it, but still shuffling leather bracers and bows. It depends on the server, I guess. I mean, you really do have to. You really do have to be able to get your leather like ridiculously cheap for that to even like turn a profit. Never mind be worth your time to do. And then in theory, that amount of leather is not infinite in its availability. But the strong argument is that both the Desolate Leather and the Pallid Bones are basically just waste materials to leather workers, to skinners, right now. Skinners are out there skinning for callous hide and heavy callous hide. Anything else they don't care about. A byproduct of callous hide. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's quite literally the case. They get it just like passively, kind of, you know. I have 19k per hour on the shuffle for the bow. Haven't started yet though. Have 150k inventory of each leather and bone. Dude, please don't get stung again. Please don't get stung again. Never stock that much of something that, like, all it takes is one change by Blizzard for it to completely get tanked. We saw this initially. People were sat on hundreds of thousands of gold worth of materials, and then Blizzard made a change, and overnight all of those materials were like worth nothing. Yeah, I've just realised chat was visible as well. That's why I've switched it over. And this is a good example that, like, there is very little happening on the auction house right now. Last time I rushed home from work to dump 300,000 cloth on the auction house. Yeah, there we go. The fact that out of all of the legendaries I'm listing on the auction house, I can do a cancel scan and I'm only cancelling, and I've only been undercut on like 50 of them, is a bit of a worry. What do people use Crafters Mark II for? It's only for 168, right? Yes, correct, yeah. But if you look at the prices of the 168 gear on your auction house, then you'll hopefully put 2 and 2 together and realise why people are doing it. Because most characters now, especially their alts, are going to hit level 60, and the first thing they're going to want to do is start gearing up. And when they can go straight to the auction house and buy some 168 gear at reasonable prices, that gear sells pretty frequently. When cancel scanning, what does the blue text mean? Cancelling auction you've undercut? Well, it literally means exactly that you're cancelling an auction because you've posted one underneath that already, or ahead of the queue in front of that one already. So say for example, if you have 5 of an item in your inventory and you post it, and then a minute or 2 later you post it to undercut somebody, and then you post and you undercut somebody again, you've technically got 3 on the auction house at that point. So when you do a cancel scan, it will cancel the 2 at the back of the queue, and it will give you that blue line saying cancelling auctions that you've undercut. Have you talked about the Soulbind perk that gives you hide bags sometimes when killing mobs? Not really, because they're well, I mean, I have. I've spoke about them when they were a big thing. There's the issue is they're on some sort of internal timer. You get it as like such a small bonus, it's not really worth considering. What they call nature's splendors, I think, are the bags that people are trying to get. You have to be Night Fae. You have to have, I can't even remember which soulbind you have to have, but Student did a video the other day where he opened a whole bunch of them. 2 an hour, I think. Yeah, there's some sort of internal cooldown on them that doesn't really make them too much of a big deal. But spread across thousands of characters on a realm should have some effect. Not really. Not really. Literally one dude doing some skinning will get more materials than 50 people collecting those bags. They were hyped up. They were artificially hyped up for the purpose of some clickbait before people had access to them. I was very aware of them in the beta and knew that there was like not really much to say about them. Wow, have I hit my cancel limit already? Who's this Clampy dude? Where did he come from? Concerns me that I'm seeing new names in this list. Maybe somebody's just made a new bank alt. Right, well apparently I'm cancel capped, so let's ignore cancelling for a minute. I'm using the bag things. It's okay-ish. It won't make you rich, but it helps you sustain around what you spend as a raider. It's all based on playtime, though. That's the thing. The fact that you can only get like 1 or 2 bags to drop an hour, it's really, it's hardly even passive gold. I mean, in theory, you could probably go do some world quests and make more gold. It's not. It's honestly not really a big thing. Do you know if Blizzard bans the whole account or only the one that's reported? I'm planning on going with a bunch of legendaries to a low pop server. Just don't do it. Just honest answers. Just don't do it. Like why take the risk? Why just don't do it? If you have to ask that question in the first place, you probably just shouldn't do it. Is my honest opinion on that one. I'm not going to advise people either way of whether they should do something or shouldn't do if it's even remotely close to skirting the terms of service. There's a black market auction house and low competition. Just want to finish my T3 set. Won a couple of mil on a low population server. Create a character on that server and make some gold there. I could never ever, in good consciousness, recommend people transfer gold from one server to another for the purpose of making more gold. Is it leather and cooking mats you get from those bags? Yeah. Only 700 enchanted lithium bars to go. Holy smoke. We've probably got enough here actually to do a bit of a restock on blacksmithing gear. Although we're running low on arboreal shards. Oh, that's a concern. I tell you what I really do need to do. I need to get my reputation up to get these goddamn arboreal shards cheaper. I'm still paying 112 gold 50 for each arboreal shard, and it's killing me because I know full well that I'm like 12-13% more expensive just on the arboreal shards compared to some of my competition. And this is what it's going to become to with legendaries. It's more so with other professions, but with the legendaries, it's still got the same issue that you're basically the people that win are the people that get their materials at the cheapest price. What reputation do you need with that? Well, either the in Bastion and in Ardenweld there are vendors which are associated to the Ascended in Bastion and the Wild Hunt in Ardenweld. If you get reputation with those guys, the more rep you have, the cheaper they'll sell you the arboreal shards. If you buy your arboreal shards from Oribos, they're just a flat 125 gold, regardless of reputation. Which it's a big deal now, but just imagine how much of a bigger deal it would have been if the arboreal shards were 1,000 gold, like they were originally meant to be. Can you imagine? Not just Horde OP, Horde Goblin OP. just went with a goblin to Bastion and GG, 100 gold shard. But you got to remember that on Horde side, then it's the same for everybody. It basically normalises the price of the shards regardless on Horde. And I feel for you if you're Horde and have ever paid more than 100 gold for an Arboreal Shard. I feel for you. Still pay 106 gold each, 5k rep left for the 100 gold ones. Yeah, I really just need to do everything I possibly can every day to get to Exalted as quick as possible. But the likelihood is by the time I get Exalted with one of those factions, I'll have given up with Legendaries anyway, so... In almost any aspect of the game, being Horde gives you an advantage. The only thing Alliance has is the increased XP in War mode. I was leveling my Druid. I think my Druid's now up to like level 58. Hang on. What's my plan after Legos? Well, I'm already slowly starting to wind down my legendary production. My plan after Legos is to play the game. my honest answer. If I could still make 1 million gold a day by crafting and selling legendaries, I'd probably continue doing it. But now that it's starting to slow down a lot, I'm more considering to, like, you know, leave the auction house and actually play the game for a while. Any idea why people flame you for sitting on a longboy AFK? No idea. Playing the game, blasphemy. Yeah, it's gonna be an odd one, you know. Which is weird considering once I've got 2 levels more to get on my Druid, and then I'll have 5 level 60 characters, of which I don't feel as if I've played the end game at all yet. Not even for, like, in the slightest. Completely leave or just post and recraft one of what's old? Oh yeah, there's no way that I have invested probably 40 million gold into getting all these rank 4s to just completely quit. It's more of a case that, yeah, I'll just tone down my operation. Just, you know, be competitive on price, cancel scan a couple of times an hour, play on another account at the same time, that sort of thing. Less so than quitting completely. But one of the things I am doing is toning back on the amount of inventory that I have, because with my bags being full of legendaries like they are right now, this is probably a good few million gold worth of items just in my bags. And every single day going forward, I feel that the legendary, the value of these items is decreasing. So I'm aware that I'm just holding too much stock right now, and that needs to change. Can't wait for the gold rush to end so I can actually start doing some stuff. I kind of feel this. I kind of feel the same, if I'm honest. The issue for me is that I'm kind of I'm still so heavily invested in legendaries that I've not even kind of started the whole cash out process yet. Now that I'm rank 4 across the board for Umberhide is what I wanted to achieve before I started toning back. I don't really care about Bone Shatter. If I get to rank 4 in all the Bone Shatter gear organically just by recrafting eventually, sure, great, fine. But I've admitted to myself that I'm never going to get rank 4s in everything for Bone Shatter gear. Not unless I miraculously sell 10 million gold worth of items tomorrow. If my guildies knew they die sometimes in keys because I'm accidentally cancel scanning in the background. Yeah. You're just going to drop min prices in TSM and dump them all? Not necessarily, no. I'm still not going to sell things stupidly cheap, but whilst this may be a frustrating thought process for some people, I am at a point now where I am very willing to sell under crafting cost. And let me justify why, because just hearing that will trigger some people. Every day that goes forward, the price or the value of these legendary items is dropping. So if I take a loss on an item that I've got lots of stock of today, that is going to be less of a loss than if I wait until tomorrow to sell it. And it will be even less of a loss than if I wait 3 days to sell it. And if I strictly choose to never sell at a loss, I have to be content in the fact that I may never sell it. Another Dorito moment incoming? Hopefully not. I'm eating just chocolates. These are just like leftover Christmas chocolates. So hopefully I can't choke and die on these. I hope to get 40 mil to buy the Magic Rooster, but I guess it won't happen now. Maybe after some months and new patches with Legos, I will make it. The trading card game mounts are ridiculously expensive nowadays. It's hard for me to comprehend just how much gold people will spend on those. Just checked and I only ever sold 1 pair of rank 4 male gloves. There we go. This is the thing, that even getting rank 4s doesn't necessarily unlock the key to profitability. You've still got, like, this is what I say to a lot of people. That I get asked on a regular basis, should I power level X, Y, or Z to rank 4? And just being able to craft an item is less than half of the issue right now. The main issue is not crafting the items, it's selling them. Demand is dropping. Supply of materials is increasing. It is turning from what was once a seller's market, whereas if you had the ability to craft that item, you could dictate the price for it, because A, lots of people wanted it, and B, there wasn't many other people that could craft it. That is the definition of a seller's market. It's now switched. It's a buyer's market now. Meaning in terms of the fact that the materials are increasing in quantity. There are lots of people that are able to craft that item. You are in competition with everybody else to be the cheapest price. And people that want to buy that item goblins do it themselves. Goblins naturally undercut until somebody sells their stock. Only in the last 7 days have I seen this switch. From at least on my server. It might have already happened on other servers. It might not have happened yet on your server. But the time will come where it will switch from being a seller's market to a buyer's market, and that's when everything starts to tank very quickly. I still have mail, wrist and legs at rank 3, but if I'm only going to sell one at rank 4, it's totally not worth powering. It's true. Just organically get there. You actually find that if once you've unlocked rank 3, if the item does sell, you'll actually get to rank 4 without even really trying. If you're sat at rank 3 and you're sat with like literally only a slither of experience, I think, what is it? It's 225 experience to get from rank 3 to rank 4. If you're sat on a pattern where you have only 15 experience at into rank 4, the likelihood is you'll never reach rank 4 because it's just a dead slot. Competition on my realm's been flooded this week. I got to gold cap from 300k, so I'm pretty happy with that. Casually reposting and going to make tomorrow my last push before I just recraft for profits. It's probably wise. Probably wise. Oh, they did a shadow nerf on leather? I don't think they did a shadow nerf on leather. They killed a couple of hyperspawn locations. But that's about it. Unless there's something I don't know of. Which is quite likely, let's be honest. But yeah, my focus now is... I've got rank 4 in virtually everything, apart from a few mail pieces, and that's where my focus is going to be now. Just holding on to the rank 4 market as tight as I can. I'm actually considering changing up the way that my groups are set up to make it easier for me to just do cancel scans on rank 4s, because I don't really care about the rest. I'd like to sell the rest, but once I've sold it, I'm probably not going to recraft a lot of it. Feels like every week people are saying this reset will be my exit to the market, and then after the weekend, yeah, I just bought a Bruto worth of Callous Hide again, ready for a reset. It's the once you're hooked on crack, it's hard to go back, and very much so. Callous Hide is goblin crack. It's funny because it's true. Right, my man is still tippy-tapping in the background. How many has he got? 250 enchanted lithium bars to go. Even sitting on this much crafting materials kind of worries me nowadays. It's because the money burns, man. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I thought. That there's no, like... There's no stealthy changes to drop rates or anything like that. It's literally just a couple of the hyperspawns being killed. Even on a, what is it, it's Tuesday, right? Even on a Tuesday afternoon, well, it's afternoon for me technically, we're still, server time, it's still technically morning. Tuesday morning, we're still selling a reasonable amount. The thing to note here, which should be key for you guys, is look at what ranks we're selling. We're selling rank 3s and 4s now. I started noting this yesterday, that my sales on rank 1s and 2s are virtually non-existent nowadays, and that's not through lack of trying. I still have 1s and 2s, but those markets are being tanked so fast that it's realistically only 3s and 4s that I'm selling now. Because you've got to remember, the way that I have everything set up right now is still as such that I only sell at a profit. That may change soon, but I'm waiting to see what happens tomorrow before I make any like drastic decisions. Tomorrow's going to be the make or break day for me, I think. I just wish people would be more consistent with map prices. Now I have to go all hands on deck crafting materials on just Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Then again, profits increase on reset because mats are more expensive, so you pick your poison. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, I have to agree. Best way to make gold at the moment, either craft and sell legendaries. If you don't have rank 4s in the legendaries, you want to be out there farming the materials for the people that do have rank 4 legendaries. So you either want to get your miner, and head over to the moor, pick up some Alethea ore. You want to be, alternatively, you want to pick up your skinner, and you want to get out into presumably Ardenweld, possibly Bastion, do some skinning, pick up some leather. They're easily the two best ways to make gold right now. Rarely is there a situation where I can turn around and say, yes, there is a best way to make gold. But right now, there definitely is. One is a farming option, farming the materials that the crafters need. The other is being the crafter. But there's a caveat with being the crafter, and the caveat is that you kind of need to have the rank 4 recipes already. If you haven't got them already, I wouldn't shoot for them. It's going to cost you too much to get there. Ardenweld or Bastion has some incredible spots, even though people keep releasing all in on YouTube and Reddit. It's all good. There are so many. Well, the nature of those two zones is that they're just full of beasts from every angle. Interestingly, a lot of people have been reporting there being a lot of lag in Ardenweld. And so people are actually switching to other zones. What's the spot at Bastion? It's not necessarily so much of a spot in Bastion, it's more of just like a zone in Bastion. If we go to Shadowlands, Bastion. Hang on, let me do it on a character that can actually see the map. For example, in Bastion, there's a few places. Sometimes you get some world quests that pop up, but realistically, like all around the edges, there's just so many beasts kicking about that you can basically just run up and down the side and just kill all of the beasts you ever come across. And they'll by the time you get to the top and work your way back down, they'll have all respawned again. And that's just on my very limited knowledge of farming. Ooh, has this dude finished his... No, I can't. No, I cancelled it. That's why. I thought he finished his enchanted Alethea bars, but he didn't. there are now routes for skinning rather than single spots. Yeah, it's interesting how the single spots tend to get nerfed by Blizzard. If it's a single spot that's due to a world quest or something like that, it tends to get nerfed. Blizzard don't really want people to just stand in one spot and hyperspawn and kill things and skin things. They would rather like people actually set up routes, which is interesting because a lot of the time on the beta, there was questions floating around of, well, what if skinning is going to be so good, what should I take with skinning? And people were like, oh, well, maybe I'll just pick up tailoring, or maybe I'll pick up herbalism. And I'm obviously on video many times telling people that that's really not just how skinning works. That skinning, you tend to stand in one spot or one little zone, where in reality it is now switched to a point where you do tend to have skinning routes very similar to how you have like herbalism routes, which does tend to lead me to say that if you have skinning on a character, you should probably have herbalism on it as well, as a good second pairing. Your primary focus is obviously skinning, but as you're running around, you're doing your skinning lap, you're likely to come across herbs at the same time. What time is it? Oh, it's like shame o'clock. I kind of have to agree. Only 18 of you have hit the like button today. Surely we can up those numbers. I'm going to go grab a drink anyway, guys, for 2 minutes. So I'm going to take a bathroom break, go grab a drink. You guys can occupy yourselves by smashing that like button. And yeah, for all of my coffee club members, feel free to do some like shaming. I'll be back in 2. How we doing? Ha, you guys did a number on the like button. I appreciate it, boys and girls. Thank you, thank you. Where's the like button on mobile? Oh, I don't know. YouTube on mobile is a whole new game. I need to farm 10 million gold. How long would it take to get it? I don't know. Probably less time than it would take you to travel around the world. On foot. Hopping on one leg. No, I don't know. At this point, to get 10 million gold, if you wanted to farm it, just ask Student. I mean, he can probably tell you. He'll probably tell you it will take a day, when in reality, it'll take you quite a while. You can still, in theory, now to give a rough, hopefully non-clickbaity answer to this, most farming locations are somewhat balanced around getting about between 20 to 30k gold an hour. Now obviously if you look for a YouTube video you can probably double those numbers, but they're not necessarily what you'll actually achieve. Between 20 and 30,000 gold an hour is a fair number when it comes to farming up materials. if you find a good spot and you optimize it and you concentrate and you don't have downtime, you may be able to do slightly better. But realistically, 20 to 30k right now. But that number is arguably always going down. Not to mention, if we get flying, this is one thing I wanted to talk about actually. If we get flying in 9.1, a lot changes. A lot changes when we get flying. And people are already starting to speculate exactly what is going to be in patch 9.1. And if I remember rightly, Blizzard were pretty open about the fact that 9.1 will deliver flying in some fashion. Didn't Blizzard say flying comes from renown? Yeah, but what's it going to be? Like, it's still, they're basically saying it's time gated. That's all they're saying. They're basically telling you that it's not attached to a Pathfinder thing. Now we are technically, what is it, 6 weeks into the expansion right now. Patch point one of most expansions usually launches about 3 months into the expansion. By the time we get the ability to be Renown 40, which is the current Renown cap, we will probably have a week or two at Renown 40. Then we'll have patch 9.1. But of course we'll get patch notes, we'll get PTR, we'll get a whole bunch of stuff way before that actually happens. I think we'll start to get information about patch 9.1 very soon. So I need to grind renown on every character I want to fly on. Well, it depends whether you just need it on that one character or not. That's the thing. Did we just sell a Bone Shatter Helm? We did just sell a Bone Shatter Helm. My thought process is, yeah, if it would be, to be fair though, it would be kind of cool. It would be kind of cool if flying was not account bound. If it was on a per character basis, that would be quite cool. It'd annoy the living balls out of a lot of people, but it would be quite cool. To grind flying on alts as well could be a pain. I'd hate that, not cool. I would be quite happy if they never reintroduced flying. And I think Blizzard feel the same way. Not cool. I think I've touched a nerve for some people here. I've touched a nerve. Says the guy standing at the auction house all day. Oh yeah, right now I don't need flying. But it's just simply, like, we've got no barriers to entry for anything. Can you imagine that though? Like, people will unlock flying on some characters, yet then you'll have, it basically means all those bots are going to be grounded forever. That's one of the only reasons that I can think to why they would make it linked to renown and make it per character. I would love them to do that. Grab some popcorn, head to the WoW forums. Oh! It would be a shitstorm. I'm not gonna lie. It would be an absolute it would be chaos if they announced that flying would be on a per character basis, and you have to be like renowned 40 or something. But I mean, it was only a year ago or 18 months ago they released essences, and we had to grind essences on every single character. Whilst this expansion is slightly more alt friendly, is there going to be a caveat to that whilst the expansion is alt friendly, there is going to be some killer features, maybe like flying, that will only be on a per character basis. So is it confirmed alts will need the renown to fly too? That's a crappy disincentive to use alts. I don't know. They can't get rid of bots. No, they won't never get rid of bots. But if they make the viability of bots, because let's look at multi-boxes again. I mean, I know this is literally like poking a bear with a big stick, but people's issue with multi-boxes was that multi-boxes were stealing all of the herbs and making it just not viable for other people to be out there farming. If flying was on a per character basis, not account wide, if it was on a per character basis, it means that those people that want to do herbalism and mining and have unlocked the ability to do flying will have a distinct advantage over others that have not. Now, in an expansion where there is virtually no barriers to entry for virtually anything, I don't know. I can see it happening. I can definitely see it happening. Every single expansion, everybody goes, this expansion will be more alt friendly. Then every single time that turns out to be not the case. I don't really think so though. People knew full well that BFA was not alt friendly from the word go. Have you seen the Asmongold video with the protest against the bots? I've not seen the video, but I've heard he was rallying together, like literally raids full of people to mass report them, I think. Which is a very Asmongold approach to the to the issue. Just like, let's just get a raid of people together just to crush people into the ground. Use the masses. Well, exactly. I mean, if you're 50, 60, 70, I don't even know how many viewers that dude gets anymore, but when you're the number one World of Warcraft streamer, I guess you should probably be able to use your audience to do things like that. Aren't you supposed to be able to catch up in renown in about a week? Wouldn't be too bad for alts, in my opinion. Well, this is it. Like the renown catch-up system's actually really quick. It is really quick. You are never more than like a week behind. I mean, if you were to just literally run a whole bunch of dungeons, you'll end up getting renown to drop for you from the final boss of dungeons, for example. The catch-up is already implemented and it's already pretty quick. If you want to, you can do. So it's not like it's not going to be a slog like it would be back in the day with essences, for example. Getting essences on your alts was literally the cancer of the game. I could barely be bothered to grind out the essences on my main character, never mind doing it on alts. Whereas renowned is something that you just kind of passively get it just by playing the game every week anyway. And the actual bare minimums on an alt to maintain a good level of renown is really not a lot at all. Like, you got to get, like, what is it, 1,000 anima in a week, and you've got to go run and do some collect some souls from the Maw. That's basically it. Outside of that, you can maybe do a couple of campaign quests, but realistically, there's not actually a huge amount you have to do to stay kind of not renown capped, but, you know, competitive. Asmon's approach on that was very toxic for Blizzard, unfortunately. Oh, virtually everything Asmon does is very toxic for Blizzard, but the problem is that he has such a ridiculously large audience nowadays that he can get away with murder simply on that basis alone. That Blizzard have no choice but to at least hear what he has to say. Doesn't mean they have to listen to what he has to say, but they at least have to listen. Sorry, they at least have to hear what he has to say, regardless of whether they choose to listen or not. It's like big YouTubers or streamers exposing exploits to bring awareness to the issue to Blizzard. It's the worst thing they could do for you if you're the developer. Yeah, true. But sometimes the developers need that slap in the face by the community to make the correct changes. Having 50 boomkins running around constantly starfalling in one zone was probably absolutely destroying the lag situation. And considering they were all very obviously bots. So if I run my alt in a heroic dungeon, I can catch up on renown? Yeah, definitely. If you're like way behind on your renown on an alt, you go run a couple of dungeons, you'll catch up super quick. What is behind the Torghast story? 1 week versus Renown was available as I finished 1 point. My alt is now ahead of... huh? I missed that. I can't keep up with you guys. You're too fast, and I'm too slow. Just like when the mega streamer called Manthieus or something forces TSM to fix its stuff by mass reporting them with this huge, smart, beautiful viewership. Hey, if only that was the case. If only that was the case. Actually, that's very interesting. Since we have 125 people here right now, I will hopefully do my best to at least assist Gumdrops in some shape or form. Yesterday on... I don't know how many of you... tend to use the WoW Economy subreddit. Some of you probably do, most of you probably don't. But yesterday on Reddit, let me see if I can get this up on stream without, like, I'm always skeptical about opening Reddit on stream because you can never guarantee what Reddit's going to show. Gumdrops posted on the subreddit yesterday asking for feedback around some development that they're doing for the add-on. And I would like as many people as possible to leave Gumdrops feedback. Now, so that I don't... I mean, I suppose you'll find out yourself, won't you? There's this... I'm going to link this in chat. For any of you guys that may or may not use Reddit, I would appreciate any of your feedback on this. Let's link this in chat. This is quite simply, well, let's look at it. So Gumdrops posted yesterday Trade Skill Master and the optional reagents. So when it comes to handling crafted items that use optional reagents, so we're talking here about mainly crafter's marks that alter the finished product. There's a huge combination of bonus IDs that drive all of the attributes like item level, stats, rarity, required level, etc. And Blizzard treats them all as unique. Most people don't even know this is how the system works, so be aware of that. But the TSM team has been mapping or ignoring bonus IDs when they're not appropriate. So basically what TSM are doing is they are looking at all of the different bonus every single item in the game has its own unique identification number. So for example, a Umberhide vest will have a unique ID number, which, true to form, I don't actually have showing in my tooltips. But every item in the game has a unique identification number. Tagged onto that can be what we call bonus IDs. Bonus IDs is how Blizzard allows, like, say for example, a crafted piece of gear could roll with mastery on it, it could roll with haste on it, it could roll with crit on it. Those secondary stats usually are defined in the game code by what we know as a bonus ID. So you have the main item number, so crafted item X will have its own unique number, and attached to that could be one or many bonus identification numbers to differentiate between different variations of those items. TSM, as we know, has been having some huge issues going through all of these bonus IDs and working out which ones are actually different items and which ones are not different items, because unfortunately Blizzard's system is not very clean and tidy code. Let's put it that way, at least from my understanding. So Gumdrops is asking for some feedback here about how would we as a community like Trade Skill Master to deal with this going forward. They gave the where is it? Based on discussions here and on the TSM channels on the Discord, the most significant challenge for most people is the item level of the item. Referring to the fact that if you use a crafter's mark on an item, it makes an item level 168 if you're using a crafter's mark 2, for example, over the default crafted item level being 151. Currently, getting all of these in groups and selling them at different prices and making sure that the right thing undercuts is kind of confusing, kind of not intuitive, and kind of broken, like a bunch of stuff. But what Gumdrops is simply asking is, how would you prefer TSM to handle this scenario? Should you be able to group these items based on their item level whilst ignoring their stats? Or is there a situation where the stats are important for you when crafting these optional reagents? Now, I feel that this was somewhat of a loaded question in terms of the fact that they already know the answer to this, or if they play the game at any point, they should, in theory, already know the answer to this. So I'm not entirely sure why this was put forward as feedback requested. But I would be kind of interested if as many of you could go to this thread and leave feedback on how you'd prefer TSM to handle this. For starters, I'd be interested to see what you guys have to say about it here and now. See, this is interesting. Ben's dived straight in saying stats are way more important since people buy via stat priority and not item level. My first initial instinct was the exact opposite of that. Was that the way that the majority of the player base work is that if they're looking at different items on the auction house, if something is higher item level, they're not necessarily going to look at the secondary stats on it. If the item levels are the same, then they may choose to min-max on stat priority basis. So if they're looking at a bunch of item level 151 tailoring capes, and there's a cape that has haste on it, and there's a cape that has crit on it, they may prefer to buy the one that has haste on it because it's more beneficial to them. But If there's another item that's 17 item levels higher, but then has crit on it, what would their choice be in that situation? The problem is that if you think that, that's just the lack of experience selling items by stats. I'm kind of I'm deliberately kind of leading you. I'm deliberately leading you down a path to choose one or the other because that's what Gumdrops is wanting. My response to this was very much in line with what you would imagine. Choice is key here. This was what I was sort of alluding to. I'm sorry, I played you a little bit before showing you this. I don't see why it shouldn't be possible for us to have the choice. Because yes, I'm very aware of that people will buy things based on different things. Gumdrop says both is not possible and got to choose one, hence the feedback request. They know they are both important. True. But what I don't get is why can't we have both? Everyone goes to the auction house to buy items of a specific item level, but then a lot of people, definitely the vast majority of players after the first 2 weeks, buy the first item that's that item level that has their stats. When I go to the auction house, I compare items from a certain level first and then stats second. If I went to the auction house to buy some crafted gear for Nolt, who just dinged max, I wouldn't initially care that much about stats. Those come later. Item level comes first. See, this is interesting. There's a distinct... There needs... Because of these different scenarios, I feel there needs to be the option for both. Because of those exact scenarios, somebody that is looking to min-max is going to prioritise stats over item level, only to a degree. Like, you can't totally say that stats always are better than item level, because 17 item levels may just physically, through brute force, be better than a stat prioritized item. And that's why there needs to be choice, I think, in this scenario. Because yes, stat priority can outweigh item level, but only to a degree. And what is that degree? Is like, because, okay, maybe 5 item levels, stat priority wins. 10 item levels, it's getting close. 25 item levels, item level wins. It's not a strict one is always more important than the other. And because of that, I think that when it comes to us creating groups, and when it comes to us selling items on the auction house, and when it comes to dealing with secondary stats, the perfect scenario is being able to construct your groups and operations in a way that deals with both. You would want to list things primarily based on their item level, but based on those item levels, you would also want to be able to consider secondary stats. Bring back gear score. Yes, meta play right there. That's what we got to do. Just bring back gear score. We basically have gear score. It's just called Raider.io. Stats are a lot less important in Shadowlands since primary stats are so good, but that's something that will change. It's always At the beginning of an expansion, that's usually true. The fact that base stats usually far outweigh secondary stats, simply because we don't have that many secondary stats yet. But by the time we get more gear and we get further in the expansion, and those secondary stat numbers are starting to increase, they become more prominent. And this is why I don't think there is a one or other answer to this question. People will pay, say, 10k more for an item that's 20 item levels higher as one of their BIS stats. But if there's one with higher item level and the right stats, those people may even pay as much as 25k more. That's a really good way to explain it. That you want to be able to sell and price things based on both. Now that you guys have all had 10 minutes to think about this for yourselves, I'll highlight what my response was. That this is what I came up with yesterday, that a basic setup should be able to consist of just the crafted items based on their item level, ignoring secondary stats, whilst an advanced setup should be able to take into consideration the stats on those items and consider them different and ultimately post them based on separate criteria. So you want to be able to do both. I'm not happy that because Gumdrops then dived in and said, at this point we can't do both, which is why feedback has been requested. We either leave it as it is and not be able to undercut an item level, which I think is fundamentally broken, or ignore stats of crafted items to allow grouping and posting of crafted items based on their item level. It's kind of concerning to me that they're taking the approach of we can't do both. That really worries me. But to sum it up, I would really hope that you guys can go and give Gumdrops, because so many of you here have dived in with difference of opinions. I think it would be very, very helpful for TSM to be aware of as many of those opinions as possible. So if you happen to have a Reddit account, if you use the WoW Economy subreddit, both myself and equally Gumdrops, I would imagine, would be very, very interested in hearing your opinions on this. But yeah, I thought I'd bring that up just quickly as somebody was talking about TSM earlier. I'll link this to you again. Yeah, nice one. Nice one. Let's get back to actually cancelling all of these auctions. Can't they make a separate mod to the add-on? The main add-on have one function, the mod has a second. I don't know. The concerning thing for me was the fact that they openly turned around. They openly turned around and said, we can't do this. Which is not something that TSM have ever said before. The reason that TSM is the add-on that they are today is because they listened to what the community wanted and worked out a way to do it. None of what we have with TSM now would be the way that it is now unless the community at some point had asked for it and the devs worked out how to do it. That would be a ton of work for potentially very little usage for them. While I don't disagree with that statement, I might have alluded initially to read out to you guys my entire response to Gumdrops. One thing I did actually go into saying is that I gave him the feedback that he wanted, and then I did tag on a little extra saying, all this being said, I think the basics needs to be fixed first, in my opinion. The inventory, knowing the difference between different item levels. Knowing I have 12 of base Lego X is great, but how many of those are item level 190, 210, 225 or 235? TSM crafting, just flat out not knowing the correct crafting values. Default crafting interface, still without the options to switch ranks. Those are just 3 that plague me daily. I do kind of agree that if they're going to categorize their development time into one area over another, that I feel that they probably shouldn't even be concerning with this at all. Like, it's like I liken it to, I don't know, it's like asking somebody whether they want their car painted red or they want their car painted blue. Some people will want a red car, some people will want a blue car, but ultimately, until that car has at least 4 wheels on it, I'd rather have 4 wheels first, you know? Let the car have 4 wheels and a steering wheel, and then we can argue between whether we want it to be blue or red. That's kind of how I feel with TSM right now. But ultimately, all people want is a fast car. Well, there we go. Anyone here who did make gold and upkept their guild raiding tabs, is there a way to run a separate TSM profile for one specific character? You can change, I mean, yes, TSM is a profile based system, but the profiles are more for the purpose of your operations and groups. So in theory, yeah, you can open TSM and you can create a new where is it, profiles here. I have a few different profiles which you can use on different characters. I was talking about the TSM plugins, which I don't expect to become a thing. Well, do you not remember the fact that TSM used to be about 12 different mini add-ons, and you needed to have all of them for it to do everything? It was only in TSM... Was it TSM 4 was the first time they like contained it all into actually just being one add-on? I've been logged out. If I've been logged out, that means he wasn't doing anything. That means we need to be recrafting. Planning a mission to Jupiter when you haven't even landed on Mars yet. Yeah, I mean you can come up with lots of different analogies for it, but do you remember that before TSM all those features used to be separate? Well, this is it. Yeah, like you used to. Does anybody remember this? This will find the old school auction house goblins out there. Does anybody remember Quick Auctions 3? And presumably Quick Auctions 1 and 2. back when I think I want to say glyphs were first released. We were using Quick Auctions, I believe, at that time. That was before even TSM was a thing. Enchantrix, yes. Oh god, there is some old school players in here. It's interesting to see just how many of you guys have been playing for as long as you have. Guild just announced that I'm officially the raid tab officer now, while I have no idea how to immediately differentiate the stuff I make for the guild and stuff for myself to sell. I mean, just put it all in a separate guild bank on another character. Don't use your main guild as your personal storage. Still got a couple of 100 pages printed about a whole bunch of gold making stuff from Wrath of the Lich King. That's really cool. Right, I guess what we actually probably want to do then is do a bit of a restock on plate. So let's copy that, whack-a-doodle dandy that in this over here. Show you guys what I'm doing at the very least. Now we want to take these things and we want to go plate this, copy, Control Shift V. All these rank 1s and 2s, I'm probably not going to bother crafting anymore, you know. Whilst they've sold, I'll just, you know, pretend they don't exist. I'll craft the rank 3s and definitely the rank 4s. But I don't think I'm going to bother crafting rank 1s and 2s for plate right now. I made my first mill from fishing Felnblight in Tanan Jungle. I knew you meant Felnblight. I printed them out so I could read them when my mum kicked me off the PC again, so I could get more knowledge about WoW whilst I couldn't even play. Hey, that's meta. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Right, so let's craft a few of these then. Whoa, what's going on here? What have we got? We didn't break everything. Cool. Oh, boreal shards. We're running low on those for sure. Let's actually get some boreal shards first. 113,000 gold. $113,000 gold. Go. Send. Anybody remember staying 2 hours at the auction house to scan it for updating market prices? Yeah. Yep. I remember one of my first goal making videos I ever made, which has been long since privated on my channel, was talking about how it was highly important that before you craft anything, you should spend a week. Imagine that, right? Imagine that in today's. I would recommend to people that they don't craft anything, but they just scan their auction house every day for at least a week before they decide to do anything. And that back in the day was good advice. It's crazy how it's changed now. If you use things like Auctionator Auctionator, even Zygor has its own updating auction house data nowadays, I think. Or I think they've canned that. I think Zygor have basically, even Zygor have called it quits on trying to compete in the gold making game. Yeah, but I mean, if you use the default auction house or Auctionator or something, you still technically should be scanning the auction house on a regular basis. Well, that's it. Now it's all built into the API, then people like TradeSkillMaster can get access to it. And it's how all of these community websites, like the Undermine Journal and all of that sort of stuff now, how they can even operate is... Interestingly, there's... if I remember right, Classic doesn't have an auction house API. And so... I think the dude that runs the Undermine Journal, what's the classic version of Undermine Journal? The Gadgets and Times? I think that is run by some dude that the guy genuinely just has characters on every single one of the servers, and every day it scans the auction house and imports that data to the website because there's not an API for it, I think. Or something along those lines. I may not be 100% accurate, but... Right, let's get some of these things. Oh, hang on. Now what are we missing? Now what are we missing? More luminous flux. Christ. 4,000. No, we haven't got enough gold. 3,000. No, I haven't got enough gold. 2,750. Haven't got enough gold. 2,500. Jesus. Right, now can we craft some stuff? Yes. Excellent. And for classic, TSM pulls the scans of all the users per server to get the data. Ah, I see. I love Zygor, but the gold making part of it's so bad. If they got real goblins and farmers on it, it could be a genuine TSM competitor. I genuinely don't feel there's many add-on developers out there outside of Zygor that could actually make a competitor to TSM. That's the issue. That I know I bash on TSM a lot at the moment, but I bash on them from the point of I just want the add-on to be better. I'm not bashing on them for the sake of bashing on them. I want TSM to be the add-on it used to be. I know that sounds really dumb to say, but I arguably think that TSM used to be much better than what it is now. I think it's declined in the last expansion or last couple of expansions rather than got better. And I think that has something very much to do with the fact that they are the only add-on that does anything even remotely close to what they do. But a company like Zygor that is technically a business, a for-profit business, have probably the facility to step in and do something if they wanted to. But I don't know, we'll see. The problem is I don't know how they'd work it into their business model. Or what, I mean, they could arguably just tack it on, but I don't know. What did we need to create then for plate? We need, we're missing 2. Well, let's start at the top. We'll craft rank 2s and 3s. I'm not going to mess around with rank 1s and 2s, I don't think, for plate right now, because I'm trying to cut down my inventory, not increase it. And 1s and 2s are never profitable anyway. I'd rather save my materials and craft the big stuff. So arm guards, we need 2 rank 3s. And a single rank 4. Breastplate, we need 2 rank 4s. Gauntlets, we need a rank 3 and a rank 4. Here's our rank 3 and a rank 4. Greaves, no surprises to anybody. We've got basically none of anything. Let's create another rank 3. And another 2 pairs of rank 4s, I think. We need a single Shadowghast helm at rank 4. Shoulders, we don't have any shoulders on any rank right now. That's horrendous. Spent the weekend leveling my druid, so now I can drop gathering on every other toon but 1. Might just make myself some sky golems and get transmuting on. Is it that time of the expansion already? We're resulting to sky golems again? Possibly. Well, I think my decision to only craft the rank 3s and 4s was probably a sensible one, because look at the damage we've done to our Shadowghast ingots. It's easy to forget that a single rank 4 waistguard takes over 100 Shadowghast ingots. You churn through these at some incredible rate. Right, so there we go. Well, I'm kind of glad I chose not to do the rank 1s and 2s, because I probably wouldn't have had the materials to do it in the first place. Right, let's get those sent over. I made that mistake the second week of Legos. What, just like entirely underestimating the amount of Shadowghast ingots you actually need. It's very easy to accidentally focus your effort on getting the Elysium bars, but then when you actually work out that you need easily double the amount of Shadowghast ingots, if not more, I mean, 40 enchanted Elysium bars as opposed to 105 ingots, 50 bars, 130 ingots. It's over double. It's over double the amount of Shadowghast ingots you need in comparison to the Elysium bars, which really means that your main focus should be on the Shadowghast ingots, but rarely it actually is, especially in terms of things like crafting time as well. If you choose to craft your own Shadowghast ingots, which you arguably have to do for the purpose of like staying competitive on price, there's a big difference there as well. Just sheer amount of time it takes to make thousands and thousands of Shadowghast ingots. Right, let's grab all of those. But last week I had 15,000 Shadowghast ingots left, so I think I overcompensated a bit. Hey, I doubt you'll find yourself in a position where you won't use them though. Right, let's do a cancel scan on legendaries in general, and then we can list up all the new stuff we crafted. In fact, I'm going to take another quick bathroom break, guys. I'll be back with you in 2 minutes. Smash that like button, boys and girls. Get on it. Alrighty. Hey, we hit 50 likes. Thanks, boys and girls. Appreciate it. A lot of people are confused why I ask for likes and not for people to subscribe. But mainly it's because likes actually help the channel grow far more than hitting the sub button or not. Smashed it once, want me to smash it again? Hey, if you like the stream, you can press the like button. If you dislike the stream, press the dislike button twice. That's the way to do it. Smashed it so many times it became red. What do I do now? Hey, you're all good. Like you're coffee club. You can't do wrong. You're all good. Pretend to be Khabib. I ain't gonna take on Mr. McGregor. Right, let's get all of these listed. That didn't seem like a lot of things to post. And who the hell is this Clampy dude? Where the hell did he come from out of nowhere? Selling rank 1s, rank 2s, rank 4 tailoring stuff. This just has got to be one of my. This has got to be a bank toon that's changed his bank character, surely, or is it just on another account? Ah, we still have lots of things cancelled. That's probably why there didn't feel like much being listed. You think the leather/mail legendary market is over? Nah, no, not at all. It's not over, but it has peaked. By that I mean that we are now at a point where we have already seen the highest demand for legendaries that we will ever see. Whilst the market is not dead, it's not over, it is now in decline. And so you have to plan for that, and you have to act accordingly. Meaning that you need to put slightly more focus on selling at a more competitive price. You have to put more focus on being willing to cancel an undercut to make sure that your item is first in queue, because there's not as many people coming to the shop to buy something. It means that your product needs to be the first one available to them. That's almost more important now than what it ever has been. What you also should probably not do is stock too many items in your shop. I'm in a position right now where I have way too many legendaries, and I need to just focus on just churning through some of these before they all devalue too heavily and I lose a lot on having them crafted. Any item where I've got more than 3 or 4, like these for example, Grim Veiled Braces at 210, I've got loads of these goddamn things because I must have powered it at some point. I must have crafted a whole bunch of them just to get to the next rank. Any situation like that, you want to really heavily focus on just getting some of those items sold ASAP. Because every day that goes past now, the value of those items is going to decrease. We are now not in a good position to have lots of stock. You want to just literally be in a nice position where you can just maybe stock 1 of every single legendary. If you're really flush, maybe 2, but then as soon as that sells, that's when you recraft a new one. You don't want to keep large amounts of legendaries in stock right now. Bought rank 1s, 2s and 3s braces out because the price tanked, reset them, and now it's tanked again and I still have loads. This is the problem. That was probably not a wise decision to do in the first place. Just because something is being listed for less than cost doesn't mean that it's yeah, and the fact that the braces are the cheapest to make. Yeah, that probably, I hate to tell you, that probably is just wasn't a very wise idea to begin with. There was probably a good reason why the market tanked in the first place. Because more people were crafting them than people were buying them. I keep 3 to 5 of each item that's profitable and plenty of mats to restock that many times over. It's absolutely definitely safer to be sitting on materials right now than it is legendary items. You never want to have more legendary items than what you can comfortably sell in like a 24-hour period. And if you do, you want to focus on getting those sold quickly. Which, as much as this will trigger people, may even mean that you should choose to sell some of your stock at a loss. Because selling at 1,000 gold loss today is better than selling at a 2,000 gold loss tomorrow. But everybody's in a different position, so you just got to use your noggin, use your brain. Even if it's a loss for what I bought my materials for, if it's at a profit compared to what I could restock my mats at, I'm selling it. Yeah. I'm glad somebody else has pointed that out. That's a concept that is very, very hard to teach somebody. That not necessarily is the price that you paid for that item. It matters, of course, but once you crafted that item, there is no physical way you can ever turn that back into the materials again. So once you've got the end resulting item, the materials that it cost you to craft it are almost irrespective. The only thing you should be focusing on is how much would it cost you to make that item again. You've already taken the risk to craft it in the first place. Which is why selling my inventory right now at a loss compared to what it cost me to craft it may not necessarily be the worst thing to do. It's a really difficult concept to get your head around, and it's all about working at scale. It only works. It's a theory that only works when you're doing things at scale. If you're only focusing on 1 or 2 items, then no, you want to make sure you're selling that item for more than what it cost you to make it. Otherwise, there wasn't much point doing it. But if you continuously plan to be in the game, and you know that if I sell an item, if this item cost me 10,000 gold to make, and I can sell it on the auction house for 8,000 gold, but I can then recraft that item for 6,000 gold, is it worth selling it for 8,000 gold? The answer is yes. Even though it cost you 10,000 to make initially, you can then restock it at a considerably less price and still break even. It would be cool if Blizzard made some recycling for things, for leftover Legos for crafters, so there's some sort of floor price. A scrapper, you mean? You want to buy some Expulsum? Oh dear. Yeah, I get it, but yeah. This is it. The reason that theory only works at scale is because you're basing your business model, should we say, you're basing it on turnover. You're not dealing with single items. You're not one dude that's making some cupcakes and selling some cupcakes on his front yard. You're running a cake business. You're making hundreds of thousands of cakes and you're selling hundreds of thousands of cakes. It's a different approach, and it's only what works when dealing with it at scale. Not to mention, it's really, really good for fighting off your competition. It's incredibly good at fighting off competition. Simply on the basis that most people don't even understand the concept, never mind feeling comfortable implementing it. I cannot get a sale if I'm not at the computer cancel scanning. Now when I'm heading back to work, would it be worth the risk moving to a low population server with less competition? No. Single, easy answer, no argument about this, no. You will move to a low population server and you will likely find it even harder to sell those items, because there will be considerably less people even wanting to buy them. Yet I guarantee there will still... It only takes one person to undercut you. It only takes one person to undercut you and your item is no longer first in the queue. By moving to a lower population server, all you're doing is dramatically reducing the amount of people that might possibly buy that item. My mid-pop server has one particular guy who is 16 hours a day, every 30 seconds cancel scanning. It happens on every single server. Right, last cancel scan I think for me, and then I need to go get some food. That's why I decided to go the farming route instead midway through BFA. Cancel scan wars drive me nuts. Unfortunately, it's the meta. It's the necessary evil. It's just quite simply how you have to play the auction house nowadays. Ever since they changed it to a last in first out system, it's weird that they changed it in a fashion to reduce the amount of auction house activity on the server, when in reality it's actually made it even more needy for goblins to sit and camp the auction house all day. So I don't know, but not for me. Drove me mad after a couple of days. I got to admit that I would not be anywhere near as comfortable sitting at the auction house for as many hours as I do if I didn't also stream at the same time. Like, if I didn't have the ability to like just get a good discussion on the go with you lot, I would probably go brain dead just like cancel scanning, reposting. There's no way I'd be able to do it and I'm aware that I'm kind of slow at my cancel scan and reposting when I stream because I'm talking to you guys at the same time. But as and when I'm not on stream, I am very rarely camping the auction house. What auction house system would fix undercutting without causing even worse issues? The problem is the inherent the system that is used is inherently really old and not really designed for today's way of playing a game. A few people quite often, a few people suggest like a buy order system, similar to what some other games use, Now, I've not really given it much thought to how that would work, and I haven't really come up with a constructive opinion of whether it would work or not in World of Warcraft. But I'm still not in. It's probably because I don't think I fully understand the buy order system like people would plan for it to be. For reference, a buy order system is mainly that when you go to sell something, you can you can do two things. You can set a buy order, so you can say that you want to buy 1,000 heavy callous hide at this price, and then that somebody that comes to the auction house to sell their heavy callous hide can choose to fulfill that buy order. And so they just basically give their materials straight to that person that wants to buy them. And so it sort of basically makes more of a direct trading system rather than it just being like, these are all of the items and you just cut off the top however many that you want. I still don't think it would totally solve all of the problems, but I've spent 15 years with my brain working in the way that the auction house works. To try and even convert my brain to think in a different fashion is a bit more complicated for me to. I've not really put much time into thinking about it, so. The issue is not selling materials though. Well, you could put a buy order in for anything. You could say that I want to buy a 225 bone shatter helm for 15,000 gold. Somebody that then comes along with that bone shatter helm at item level 225 can choose to sell it to that person at that price if they wish, and it then becomes like a direct sale. Or they can choose to just list it at whatever is the current price. It basically would be a system on top of the current system, I feel. I don't think you could ever completely remove the auction house way that it is. But what I don't necessarily agree with is this. I don't think the last in, first out system has done the game any favours. Put one to buy from trade into the auction house. That's fundamentally what it's doing, yeah. Ah, now we get the rest of our Shadowgast gear. I don't know, I've not really played many other games that have such a vibrant economy as well. Now, the couple that come to mind, Guild Wars, I think, has this buy order system in place. I also believe Eve does as well. Unfortunately, though, two games that I've never played to experience either of them, so I've deliberately never played Eve because I know that if I did start to play Eve, I would get 110% hooked, and I don't want to get hooked on Eve. Dude, how are you going to get rid of those Legos? Persistence. Persistence. Cancel scanning. Relisting. Persistence. "96 out of 100 Coffee Club members, by the way." Oh, we are. We're very close. Very close. I love the RuneScape auction house now that I think of it. I've also not played RuneScape for about 10 years, so I can't really remember. Eve is anything goes, scams are allowed, your fault for getting tricked, capitalism though. Well, this is the thing. That weirdly, weirdly, I might find that quite fun. But yeah, this is the problem in an anything goes kind of situation. You will always find people doing some crafty things. That's a guaranteed. Hey, now we have more morning coffee club members. Welcome, dude. Welcome. It's gonna pop up now. There we go. Appreciate it. Thank you, my man. I don't feel like I feel like I don't belong in the coffee club anymore. I quit caffeine 5 months ago. Fair play. I mean, if I could quit caffeine, I think my morning routine would be very different, but I don't think at this point in time I'm ever going to quit caffeine. I'm in the position though where I only drink coffee in the morning. Need more coffee, be right back. RuneScape auction house has issues as well though. Well, the argument is that I don't really feel there's, apart from maybe Eve, I don't think there's a game out there that's got as good of an ecosystem as World of Warcraft does for its economy. Most other games have some serious, most games end up with serious inflation issues that they can't fix. And WoW is one of the only games that has lasted for as long as it has without really suffering from huge inflation spikes. It's had its issues. It's not been a perfect system, but the fact that 15 years after the game has been created, gold is still meaningful. Whereas in most other games, like the example I use quite frequently is Diablo 2. Diablo 2, people started trading rings instead of gold because gold became so inflated that it basically meant nothing anymore because everybody just had billions of it. It was no longer sort of seen as a valuable currency. Path of Exile has a good economy, but there's no in-game auction house. It's all player-driven and web-based. Well, this is it. Like, Path of Exile still doesn't really, internally facilitate an economy. It's entirely an external economy that's built around trading, exalts in Path of Exile, and it's all totally down to players themselves to control it. Do you think the decline in Legos is because people have finished the game? Not necessarily. The decline in Legos is just a natural occurrence of people people already have got the Lego that they want at the rank that they want, and there's not that huge desire for them to do it again. Once you've got your best legendary, you're far less inclined to spend as much gold on your second best legendary. Halfway to my Bruto after a week, didn't see that coming. Hey, that's cool. Are we discounting people getting Legos on their alts then? No, but your BIS legendary on your main character is your highest priority. That priority is never going to be you're never going to have that same priority to do it again. On an alt, by its nature, it's your alt. It's not your main. And so whilst you may want to get your legendary on your alt, you don't have anywhere near the same drive or desire to do it as what you did on your main. Like I said, people seem to have like a very digital approach. Either it's good or it's bad. That's not what I'm saying when I say that the legendary market is now in decline. I'm not saying that legendaries are dead. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. All I'm saying is that we have peaked with legendaries now. Where your record personal best may have been 5 million gold sales in a day, you will never do better than that going forward. You may still make 4 million gold in sales in a day. That is technically a decline, but it doesn't mean that it's anywhere near dead. That's what I really want to try and get across to people, that legendaries have peaked, but that doesn't mean that they're dead. There's still a hell of a lot of gold to be made in them, just not all of the gold, you know? It's the same with people calling games dead. Ninja is no longer getting 100,000 viewers for every single stream. But Ninja is definitely not a dead streamer. You know, it's one of those. Like, it's not just an on or off switch. Oh my god, WoW is dead. Still 5 million active subscribers. Yeah, obviously very dead. There we go. Bit fed up with this 1 week hype craze thing in Goldmaking. Well, I'm not sure whether it's just people go into it with false expectations, but I guess it comes from experience of the fact that I've played every single expansion launch ever. That you make a boatload of gold in the first 4, 6, 8 weeks of an expansion coming out. Then for the rest of the expansion, you make basically no gold in comparison. You can still make gold throughout the entire expansion, but the majority of the time where it's going to be really good for making gold is in the first 6 to 8 weeks of the expansion launch. Much past that, you're just working with minimums. You're just ticking over. But you print money for the first few weeks. And that's the same in every expansion. There's only, after the first 6 to 8 weeks of an expansion launch, there is only maybe the odd week here or there where gold making is absolutely booming, and they usually tie in with raid releases. But this is a pattern that I've seen 5, 6, 7 times, so I'm obviously maybe I'm just more aware of it than others. Also booms with new patches. That's kind of what I mean with a raid release. Rarely do we have a big patch without a raid release. You going to play TBC Classic? Probably, but I don't know. Probably, but I don't know. I didn't even ding 60 in Classic. The hype for me, Classic was all about nostalgia, and the second the nostalgia wore off and it became a grind, nah, done. Like, logged off, never played it again. I didn't have huge amounts of nostalgia from Classic in the first place, because I didn't although I had my account from Classic, from Vanilla should I say, I didn't really start playing the game properly until Burning Crusade. And so, yeah, like endgame raiding, running Molten Core for me, I didn't have the nostalgia in the first place because I didn't do it the first time. So as soon as the leveling, I got most of the way through the leveling. I didn't even ding 60 in Classic because I just got, the nostalgia wore off before then, so. I still do think you think you do but you don't is actually completely valid. Well, that was it. It's all about nostalgia. And if you didn't play it originally, like, at face value, it's a terrible game compared to what is available out there now. But for as long as there was a nostalgia kick, that was incentive enough to play it. But soon as that wore off, I was done. Back in vanilla, I played a melee hunter since I didn't know how to equip arrows. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, not to mention I was an absolute idiot at playing games back in the day. I mean, I'm not much better now, but yeah, when your highest DPS number was wing clip, you know. Why are my dogs going mad? Maybe somebody walked past the house. Hang on. Dogs are just doing dog things. Yes, that was a can of Coca-Cola. Classic auto-attack gameplay was way too slow for my liking. Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to Burning Crusade, I'll probably play it. There'll be a it depends how they implement it. If you can create a level 60 character and then just be off to the races, sure, I'll play it. Hey, it'll be some good stream content. We'll make some gold in Classic for a while. But but if I have to take my character from vanilla, from classic into TBC, I'm not entirely sure what I'll do, but we'll see. Who knows? I might get well and truly hooked on the hype train, so we'll see. Took me nearly an entire expansion to get my first character to max. Well, back in the day, it used to actually take legitimately 100 hours of gameplay, maybe even more, to ding max level. But this was one thing that was so interesting about Classic, and so interesting going back and playing it. I remember during Classic, I think this was probably actually in Burning Crusade, because I've always been a bit of an alcoholic. I've always had lots of different characters. I seem to remember my mage back in the Burning Crusade sat at level 30, 33, 34 for months, because there was still plenty of things I could do then. I never felt the need, and now this was probably the fact that I was just a scrub young kid playing video games, but back then there was never the need to be max level. All of the content wasn't locked off at max level. There was still plenty of things for you to be doing whilst you were leveling up your character. It felt like an RPG. Warcraft nowadays WoW doesn't feel like an RPG to me. I never feel as if I'm actually really progressing my characters. You level your characters to 60 right now. By the time they're 60, you then go do daily quests and run a few dungeons. It doesn't feel like an RPG. It feels very, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like an RPG anymore. And I don't think it has done for 10 years. Wrath will be the one to skip. Hated it. No idea why. I don't know. I wasn't a Wrath baby, but I think one of the expansions I enjoyed the most was probably Wrath of the Lich King. It's a mount collecting game now. Well, yeah. If you install all of the things, it just becomes a big collection game. People knew their characters when they did get to 60, though. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure I agree with that. I mean, for example, there was still most definitely tanks that hit 60 in vanilla that didn't even know what threat was. Never mind the fact that they were meant to be controlling it. I think there was just the same level of not stupidity, but what ignorance. I think there was still just as much class ignorance back in vanilla, even though it took them 100 hours to play the game to get there. Incompetence. No, all of those words are too harsh. It wasn't. It was simply the fact that people just didn't know how to play the game. It was ignorance to. I mean, let's be honest. Something like threat, for example, was pretty much hidden to you unless you had an add-on that told you it existed. Well, they do say ignorance is bliss. What you don't know can't hurt you, right? It's why I don't read the news. I'd rather not know, like, all the dumb shit that's happening in the world. People are better at MMOs now. They've had 15 years. Well, exactly, yeah. Like, people are seasoned veterans in this type of game. I mean, let's be honest. I've played this game since virtually day one. I am still, on average, a terrible player. It doesn't necessarily mean that just because you've played it for 15 years you're really good at it, because it has changed so much. If you take a paladin from Wrath of the Lich King and compare it to a paladin in Shadowlands, yeah, some of the buttons are the same, but it sure as hell doesn't play the same. People also didn't have 3 monitors, just had one crappy dial-up. Well, yeah, that's it. People barely even had internet. To be truthful with you, the main reason why I didn't play more of vanilla was simply because we didn't have reliable internet. I didn't want to pay a subscription for a game when, at the time, I didn't even have a stable internet connection. Never mind paying for a subscription for a game. That was ludicrous. It wasn't until, I can't remember the exact timings, but I think by the time, had I moved out by the time? I don't know, I can't remember. I think I'd moved out to my own place by the time that, at least by the time Wrath of the Lich King was a thing. And I had like a stable broadband and like was living the dream. Resto druids are still the same, just spam rejuve. Alright, maybe. And you can't play when your mum's using the phone? Hell yeah! Dude, how old are you? I'm in my 30s. that was always funny. Like, the phone would ring in the evening. Don't answer the phone! You're gonna cut off my internet. if you're going to have to ask either early or late, then I'm always going to say early. Whether you believe it or not. And then there are people who remember how good they were on their Demon Hunter back in TBC. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man. I made a Death Knight in Burning Crusade. How about you? All right. Everybody remembers Thoughtbot. Hey, you got to be careful. Thoughtbot is probably a word you're not allowed to say on Twitch nowadays. I love how you. What's funny is for some reason your the bing bong bang sound has been filtered out by my chat for some reason. I think Stream Elements thought you were spamming. Isn't that basically the correct term for any Twitch bot now? To a degree. Most vanilla players are 30 plus. Well, you kind of have to be, surely. Surely that you kind of have to be, I think. I can't think of many players that can be under the age of 30 yet still have had the opportunity to play vanilla. Because at that point, you are literally solely reliant on your parents for buying the computer, your parents for supplying the internet, your parents for buying you the game, your parents for paying for your subscription. Oh, I also left home. I moved out when I was like 17, so... I was like, hey, I'm not 30, and then, oh wait, I didn't actually start. Well, there you go. This is the thing. You can't side skirt around the fact that this game is old. And if you to have been able to see it when the game wasn't old, you also kind of have to be old. There were a few people that had a raiding dad or something and then started WoW. Well, yeah, probably. It's quite possible we're on to second generation WoW players now. Quite probable that we're on second generation WoW players. I'm 40, going to take up yelling at clouds and telling kids to get off my lawn. Hey. Consider it fortunate that you're in a position to be able to buy your own lawn. I still don't get why there's this thing of boasting that you played in vanilla and therefore you're somehow better at the game. Never played it myself. I'm 40 and started in Wrath. Oh, I mean, I'm the first to say that I've played this game forever and I'm still terrible at it to this day. I got yeeted when I turned 18. You're son, you're an adult now. Fuck off. Get out of my house. Oh, it's my neighbour's lawn. Oh, I suppose if you're crazy enough to you shout at kids to tell them off to get your neighbour's lawn, yeah, sure, that makes sense. Friend bought the game, installed it on my computer and started playing it. Then I made a mage and couldn't stop for 24 hours. Insta hooked. I don't get hooked on game. This may just be an issue of, you know, just being older. I just don't get hooked on games like that anymore. I used to do the exact same thing. I used to quite easily buy a brand new game, install that game, and play it until my eyes were bleeding. And that I like 48 hours would have passed. I wouldn't have taken a shower. I'd have forgotten to eat. Like, that just doesn't happen to me anymore. And I guess kind of like real life gets in the way a little bit, but I just don't get those same, like, just pure necessity to play the game. Moved out at 19, but 5 years later I'm home again. Thanks, COVID. Hey, I imagine a lot of people are in that boat. You grew up? Nah, I fail to believe it. Although, saying that, there is one game that will always, every time I play it, do exactly that. And it is Factorio. Factorio is the one game that I'm desperate, absolutely desperate to play Factorio again. But I know the second I load the game and start a new map, 400 hours, just say goodbye. Like, it's the one game that still can literally just hold me to the point where I just end up looking like a hobo. A week will have passed and like I won't even know what day it is. Currently 22, living at home with parents, and my girlfriend is also here with us. Feels kind of weird hearing out people moving out at early ages, but for me there's just no economy. Oh, well, your wife printing the divorce papers. Yeah, yeah. I'm also very aware of the fact that I left home at a very early age compared to a lot of my friends. But a lot of my friends chose to get into massive amounts of debt and go to university. I didn't. I decided to get a job and have lots of money. That also then meant that I was able to buy a house like way, way sooner than virtually any of my friends. Me and my wife bought our first place probably close to 7 years before any of my other friends of similar age were able to do the same. And I'm not saying it was entirely the case, but all of my other friends ended up having huge amounts of debt because they went through university. I, on the other hand, didn't, and I ended up having enough money to be able to buy our first place. I think we were 23, 24 maybe when we bought our first place. I bet you'll find more games you can spend endless time on if you look for them. Equally, that's probably true. I mean, I don't really look very far afield. What jobs got you off the ground? Oh, I've just always been in sales. Sales and marketing. I can sell ice to an Eskimo. fortunately, when you've got quite a way with words, and you can sell things to people, there's always companies that will pay you lots of money to do that. Manthieus, what do you want for Christmas? Oh honey, I want you to go on a week's vacation so I can play Factorio. I shit you not, that couldn't be further. That is actually so accurate. It's not even close. My wife wants to go skiing, and I'm like, I don't want to go skiing. I want to stay at home and stream and play World of Warcraft. It's so true. You bought a house young, while I remained unemployed and raided with a Realm First Guild for Vanilla to Wrath, so who's really ahead? That's very true. It's very true. Sales is an underrated skill in general. It's also a very, very difficult skill. Like, it, ironically, the difficulty I have nowadays is selling myself to other companies. On the basis that my CV doesn't look very pretty. My CV doesn't look fantastic, but I've always worked for, like, wherever I've worked at, I've always been like the top salesman. But for various reasons, my CV doesn't look very pretty. So when I present myself to other companies, yeah, I have more I can sell virtually anything apart from myself. That's really weird to say, but I tend not to go too deep into IRL on stream. 2 years of streaming aren't worth much in a CV, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine that going to an employer. Oh yeah, well I'm gold capped in World of Warcraft. If that helps. No, no, that doesn't help. Not unless your future boss also happens to be a raid leader, then no, it doesn't help in the slightest. Right, last cancel scan and then I've really got to go get some food. Gotta go get some food, I'm starving. Get gold capped in real life? Wow, yeah. That's the dream. Why are you so good at English? You don't sound anything like the hydraulic press channel. That's true. That's true. Yo, that dude is funny though. I swear, obviously I hear a lot of Finnish people speaking English, and there are a fair few Finnish people that do sound like that. But the dude on the hydraulic press channel, I swear he puts it on. Like, it's because it's almost too stereotypical. Jeff Bezos of WoW? Nah, not even close. Not even close. I'm not even the biggest fish in my small pond, never mind the biggest fish in all of the ponds. Not even close. I'll take it as a compliment, but not even close. Shopify recognises transferability of some gaming skills for their hiring. Yeah, but Shopify are way ahead of the game anyway. They're a tech company. They get it. 90% of companies living in the dark ages. Right, let's grab these last few items, get these listed. Sorry, Jeff, we capped money at 10 mil. Time to give us the rest back. Can you imagine? Just keep in mind that most of us are as close to being a millionaire as Jeff Bezos is. Well, that's it, yeah. We're technically closer to being a millionaire than he is. The difficulty here is the fact that he's a billionaire, which means he's a hell of a lot further away from just being a millionaire. Yeah. I get what you were saying there. I understood the analogy. Feel like there's plenty of developers that do stuff on their own. GitHub is full of things if you actually look for stuff. Too bad, I'd rather just play WoW for 10 hours instead. Yeah, it's kind of an issue. You have a bunch of items not being posted, by the way. Not enough items in bags on the sellout operation. Yeah, I'm aware. It's because the main reason is because I used to post 2 of everything on the auction house, and I've dropped it down to 1. I'm only keeping 1 on the auction house at the moment because I'm now dealing with so many items that it was cancelling 2 of every item was very, very quickly clogging up my cancel scan limit, and so I've dropped it to only post 1 on the auction house, which in turn means I have horrendous amounts of items just sat in my bags. Finish that digital art piece for you. Is there any specific way you want me to send it to you? Oh, I'm intrigued. Easily the best. DM me on Twitter. Easily the best way to get hold of me. If you're into digital art, I imagine you have Twitter. DM me on Twitter. That's definitely the best way. I'm getting clogged up even at the 1 item I post. Oh, well, yeah, me too, which is all the more reason for me to drop it down from dropping down from 2 to 1. You have the 1 in the wrong place then because you're telling TSM to keep 1 in your bags. I don't think I am. Maximum amount already posted. I'm only getting maximum amounts already posted, which means there's 1 already of these on the auction house. Exactly how many is the limit until it throttles? It's roughly 60, but that's only assuming that you haven't cancelled in a while. Yeah, these maximum amounts already posted just means that the 1 that I'm telling TSM to post is already being posted. There was some before it at least. I'll keep a closer eye on it this afternoon. I'll look into it. Why don't you repost before you cancel? Easy if you've got stock. I kind of am. I just do genuinely have too many legendaries right now. You had the not enough items in bags. I'll check them out. I need to do a whole bunch of work on my operations anyway, but I'll check them out. After a big cancel scan 200 plus, I actually cancel. It throttles me instantly when I start cancelling. Well, your cancel, you have a auction house. Consider an auction house allowance. So if you post 200 items and then go to cancel, you'll get cancel throttled instantly. Both your cancels and your posting come out of the same auction house allowance. You basically have, let's say you have 300 tokens to spend in any certain period of time on the auction house. Cancelling will use 2 tokens where posting may only use 1 token. So you have to do a lot more to get post capped, whereas you only need to do half as much to get cancel capped. But if you're doing both all the time, one potentially will get capped like instantly. There's a finite number to just how many things you can do on the auction house in any given time, but the thresholds and the limits are a little bit fuzzy. I don't know exactly what they are. But anyway, boys and girls, on that note, I'm going to leave it there for today. I need to go get some food. I'm proper hungry. I haven't actually... I'm being really bad about making videos at the moment. I've not really got a video planned for you guys today. But what it does mean is that I'll just maybe take the afternoon off, chill out for a bit, and we'll plan for a big streaming session tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Let's hope that tomorrow is a big one. That's my plan. That's my plan. I'm hoping to possibly even do 2 streams tomorrow, depending on how crazy and how busy it is. If we can get a lot of sales going, if we can make a lot of gold, we'll play it by ear, I think is the phrase that people like to use. But I'm going to go get some food. Enjoy the rest of your day. Happy gold making. And yeah, catch you guys later. Peace.